welcome back to a Star Wars The Old Republic stream. Yes, I have been cold. It's going into winter here. It was warm, I mean it was still sunny today, but inside my insulation's really good, so it's still blooming cold. The more you know. So, I mean, I've got a woolly hat, but I took it off to wear the headphones because that'll keep me fairly good. But yeah, now hopefully they won't take down the server in the middle of the stream, and we can do a full run of SWtOR, which we should finish Tatooine, and then we should go to Alderaan, which will be really good. And I just need to put in the stuff to launch the game, of course, and have fun with that. Music, just from listening. Is this from... Yeah, this is from Knights of the Fallen Empire, I believe. Or at least that line of expansions after that point. Damn it, I didn't have it clicked. Right. And so, fun times. And it's interesting, and I'll reflect on it again because I might as well, how the video game music doesn't get copyright claims, but the music does. I would think that both would. So, oh well, it allows me to use some Star Wars music, which is really nice. And then we can go into there. Boom. Alright, let's get into it. Oh, look, a whole slew of bots. Bye-bye. Good bots. Yes, we'll be continuing on with Zwilly Cheese. To the Padawans full. Oh, the end of this stream. I mean, I'm gonna aim to finish Alderaan. We're gonna finish this chapter of Zwilly Cheese's stories, chapter 1. I keep mixing up the chapters because the prologue feels like a chapter. And we will get an interesting outcome. One I haven't seen before, because Zwilly Cheese is a light-sided Sith Warrior. So, good times. One of the bots was called X Gandalf, Flagpole, Ale Instinct, Yusuf Matelli Bob. How do they even come up with the bot names, I wonder? Token of the Cordial. Yes, here we are, where we zoned out before because it logged us out.
Good to stretch the old legs.
Yes, that it indeed is to stretch the old legs. And the young ones as well. Oh yeah, we were going in search of the Zerka facility. Right. We're nearing the end of Tatooine, if you didn't catch the last one.
Director at Tayan, to all Zerka employees, please listen and remain calm. A few minutes ago, we experienced a minor equipment failure in the main laboratory. As a precaution, we are initiating lockdown procedures. Do not attempt to override the system, so the computers will respond with force. Stay where you are, and you'll be alerted when the situation resolves.
Right. Here we are. We're going then. Oh, it was going back for the class story. Yeah, so this is the planetary story arc. Playing it light-sided is different because a lot of the time with my Sith anyway, I played dark side the first time, and these are my second round of characters for each class that I'm playing all the way through anyway. And so they're actually, I've voted on a bunch of them. This is the first time it was voted that a Sith would be light-sided. You know, it's sort of against the canon alignment I would pick for them. Because I think Sith are dark-sided and Jedi are light-sided canonically. The others, I mean, until there's any evidence of anything either way, not going to worry about it. Trying to speculate on that, but I feel like the Imperial Agent, the way that I play the Imperial Agent, is very much picking what they think will benefit the Empire the most for long-term gains, which ended up doing a lot of light-sided options and benefiting the people, of course, not just the Empire but the people. I guess that can be a difference when I play, like with a character. When I created the Imperial Agent, will be the last class I end up playing. Do we go, are they helping the Empire, or do we go, they're helping the people more? Oh yeah, she's not wearing much, she's still a bit squishy. Make sure I heal up after an encounter. I can probably take this off. I mean, I've got my heater on right here, so it's not completely cold. But I need it on now, because when it gets dark, at least for here, where I'm acclimatized to, there's a nip in the air. Cold won't be good for the crops. Never is. Right. Oh yes, I had an alarm on for 5 minutes to the normal time I streamed. I started a bit early. Lucky for those watching earlier. Yes, vicious throw. I don't know why we get vicious throw before lightsaber throw. Oh well. They did change the way the skill trees went since the beginning of the game. Oh, we also got some mail I wasn't noticing. Yeah, why can you shift this independently of the interface editor? I got no idea. Tons of Palawa. Oh, because I helped them, they gave me some money. Nice.
Nobody better mess with us.
Wrecked. So the imprisoned one infected these and they stayed around versus the... See, I don't remember how this works. The imprisoned one must have had the people infected here created second box to send out, and that's what infected the Imperial Reclamation Service. Forget if they explained that. Empire Strikes Back. Oh no, Return of the Jedi music. What am I doing? That's Jabba's palace that sort of music was going that I mentioned about that before. it looked really flat then.
You called yourself the imprisoned one?
Of course. It says 2 lines and sounds like 1 line. Fun times.
Your people trapped you on Tatooine.
Oh, do tell, please.
How are you going to pull that off?
Recurrent arrogance we can see here. Because it's saying that people's technology is greater than our current technology here. Forgot to put my phone on Do Not Disturb so it won't bug me in the middle of things. But in some ways the technology is actually advanced a lot further because the Recurrent technology relied on the dark side of the Force a lot. Alright, we need to go. Take out a lot of them while we're going, but okay, we can still sabotage when we're being force choked. We're that strong. And the force choke was affecting me. Fun times. This is Attack of the Clones music. Oh man. The week of the 24th, actually on my Discord, we're gonna do a Star Wars marathon. It's gonna be epic. So anyone that wants to join, and I'll share on my socials. Actually, that's next week. Time flies. I'm gonna do that. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be good fun. Then afterwards, I might finally actually do my movie reviews that I procrastinated about for ages because I didn't know exactly how I wanted to do it. So that'll be cool. So there's a reason to join the Discord server if you're watching. If you're watching after, it's probably on YouTube and the description's below. The Discord on Twitch is below when you're on desktop, and on mobile it's in the About section when you go to my channel. Should be able to find it fairly easy. Otherwise there's a command, !Discord, which would be valid on both platforms if I was live on YouTube as well.
Surrender yourself and the artifacts.
I would be interested in seeing if the Republic version or the Imperial version is better for, like, is the canon one for this situation, because both sides find him.
You've lived too long already.
So I wonder which one would be the canon one. If you got any insight, any opinions. I feel like light sided by default is usually the canon one, and so I would lean the Republic side. But it would almost be cool if it was an amalgamation, like, I think all these planetary story arcs are meant to have one of each class in them. And so, with that same type of thinking, what if the Imperials and the Republic forces met outside and felt like they had to team up to fight these people? Captain Goal is down there. Wait, was that the right one? It was down here. So I feel like almost that could be what actually happened as well. The only thing is it doesn't play out in the actual story, so it can't be how this plays out, and so that would be what is against it, so it probably didn't happen in that case. But I feel like all of the characters were still involved somewhere. Especially with the destruction of the imprisoned one, or taking him back. Unless, like my theory of him creating another artifact for infiltrating the reclamation service here, there's two versions of the same box.
My lord,
and they were
back.
both destroyed in separate locations.
Your power is impressive, even among the Sith.
I'm sure you want to rest up, but I'd like to hear. Did you find the artifacts?
Along with their alien maker.
I found a creature, a Rakata, trapped in one of the devices. It's been buried under the desert all this time.
Could you communicate with the creature? Is it... Can we talk to it?
The alien was too dangerous to live. I had to destroy it.
I understand. I've heard stories. Service members discover ancient droids, lost colonies. It never ends well. Still, we've got one artifact, and there's always Zerka's records. It's a victory, if not one for the history books. With Darth Silthar gone, I am in charge. You ever need our help, you know where to find me.
You're not without skill, Captain. I'll remember your offer.
You're too kind.
Why does Vet disapprove?
Safe journeys out there. And be careful. This galaxy has a lot of old secrets.
Probably because they bungled
Once
it
you
up.
start seeing them, they tend to start looking back.
Thinking about that, it never ends well, though. Surely there should be some stories of it ending well, though, finding old artifacts and things. Because that would be cool. Now, where are you? All the way back there, are you? Alright. Let's go to the Cantina. Oh, Vet can talk here. Cool. I will do that in a minute. Can't sell that. I thought so.
You know, I never thought much about being a Twi'lek when I was younger. Even on Ryloth, there were lots of other types of people. As far as I could tell, people like me were just the ones who made the best slaves. Wasn't much to be proud of, you know?
And now?
Your perspective changed as you got older.
It wasn't getting older. It was meeting Twi'leks that weren't helpless. When I left Mount Drain's gang, I joined up with a group of Twi'lek artifact hunters. They were all young too, full of fire and Twi'lek pride, out trying to recover our heritage.
So it wasn't just about stealing anything they could get their hands on. They wanted Twi'lek historical pieces.
Well, sometimes they took other jobs to pay the bills. But it really was about returning Twi'lek artifacts to Twi'lek owners. I made
Nice.
friends in the new gang. But it wasn't until we did our first job together that we were family. There was this rich Duras scumball, Kata Bliss. Obsessed with Twi'lek women, artifacts, clothes, anything. We took him for everything he was worth.
This Carter Bliss sounds like a moron. He let a group of angry kids rob him.
He was a lot of things. Most of them terrible. Anyway, we were flying high. Did a couple more jobs together. Then came Korriban. And I guess you know how that ended up.
Yep. I was also just thinking, the white eyes reminded me of
So, this is where the scum of the galaxy...
when I had the opportunity to be an extra, and for that they put contacts in my eyes, and they made one of the eyes was a blind one, so I had to film over all of it, but the other one was all white. Pretty cool. Film set stuff. Looked pretty awesome.
Do you require medical attention?
Alright, I already sold stuff. Let's go. Hey, back in the hangar.
I never expected to see you again. Does this mean you ventured beyond the Forbidden Pass and found Master Yonlock?
Child's play for me.
I have yet to meet a challenge I can't conquer.
This is a great lesson. The only barriers that exist are the ones we create in our minds.
You kinda need strength as well, though.
That I know all there is to know, and I will explore the entirety of the Tatooine desert without reservation.
You have learned much from this.
I hope Lord Barris knows
Hey,
how fortunate he is to
Averia.
have such a
How are
fine
you doing?
champion shepherding his cause. I shall never forget you.
I'll remember you fondly as well.
Safe travels, my lord. If you're ever on Tatooine again, come and see me.
Ugh. I hope we never come back to this sandy inferno. It's bad for my complexion.
Hey, I'm glad to know I pronounced your name right. How am I going? I'm going fairly good. I started my stream. Well, it's about time I normally start now for my timing. But yeah, last time the servers went under maintenance in the middle of the stream, so I couldn't finish. So it's good to be going on. And in general, I'm happy I've got things done that I need to for the day. That's always an achievement.
If we never return here, I won't miss it.
Glad we're on the same page.
And we're going along. That's why it says now we can finish Tatooine. We're finally off it. It was only a little bit more as well after the server shut down. Hey, good times. How are you doing? Oh, I already asked that. You said doing good. Brain goes to natural response of how are you doing? Ha ha ha. Yes. That's good. I have good fun with this. And though it's afternoon, I mean, that happens sometimes, doesn't it? I stay up late sometimes and I wake up in the afternoon when I don't have to do anything in the morning, and it's like, I'm just waking up. It's the evening for me here because I'm in Australia, so. Now, why did I keep these again? I forget. Oh, they're the ones I was wearing. Right, I'll just keep them there for now. A few hours of online classes. Oh, yeah. I'm thankful to have classes back in person here.
Your time on Tatooine was well spent. Nolan Carr's Padawan Jason Wilson no longer enjoys anonymity. I am very pleased.
That makes me happy.
I'm touched by your enthusiasm.
Your handling of Master Yanlock has sent our enemies a clear message. Noman Carr and Jacer Wilson now know they cannot hide. It gnaws at the Master, and will bring his prized Padawan to her knees.
Better hope you're
You
right.
certainly have a lot riding on that theory, Barracks.
Oh, don't doubt me. It's not a theory, apprentice. Only Alderaan
We got a
remains.
sass Barris.
Jacer Wilson's homeworld. Go there immediately. I will contact you when you arrive.
Yes. To Alderaan. I might have to update the stream title. But in the meantime, we have companion conversations before. Quinn, you don't want to talk? Okay, fine. I'll just maybe go down here. That's probably someone, isn't it? Treek. Yeah, Treek will talk. Treek likes yapping, like women do.
Did you want to talk? They didn't appreciate what makes you special, Treek, but I do. You've found your place in the galaxy.
Yes, I have a
I'm a
destiny.
master of the Force, and everyone senses my power. Even you on that distant world.
Yeah.
I can always count on you to cheer me up. Maybe I should make you my morale officer.
A lot of people would be dead if Treek was a morale officer. I find it funny for all of the aggressiveness that she has in the conversation. She was originally a healer companion. That's kind of a bit of a disparity there between what she said and what role she played in combat. Like, I would expect her to probably be DPS or something like that. Oh, to Alderaan, I guess I need to actually travel there. I did talk to Vet, so yeah. Nice. Probably should have looked out the window, oh well.
Apprentice, I see you've touched down on Alderaan, Jason Wilson's home planet where Noman Carr found her. Excellent.
If we forgot.
You will discover everything you can about this Padawan and destroy everyone she loves there.
No, don't give me
I'll
orders.
decide what's to be done on this planet.
You have a long leash, apprentice, but there is much less wiggle room here. Unfortunately, with the civil war for the Alderaanian throne raging, your contact, Duke Kendo of House Thule, has become unreliable. Kendo was supposed to find Jacer Wilson's family for you, but it seems he's distracted. You must undistract him.
I'll control what you can.
So I have to mop up your mess.
Take care not to become one of my messes yourself, apprentice.
Alright.
Kendo is a political creature. The consequences of failing me are abstract for him. Once they are made concrete, he'll cooperate. You'll find him in the House Thule executive chambers. Make haste.
I will make haste then. Ha ha! To House Thule. Nice vista there. That's why I screenshotted it. Oh yeah. It's very chill. I mean, these streams I've left, SWtOR's very chill when you're in amongst things, but they're very good when I get topics that come up in the comments. I just wait for people to join, right? And then otherwise just do whatever I'm doing. Oh, where did we run out of buffs? Yeah, casual chill stream for sure. I'm a big EU fan, and so it's a great time to talk about different topics around the place and all that, to be able to have the space to talk about it as well. Some things that never come up, or topics that come up and I would probably just never make a video on it or something else on YouTube. Yeah, I procrastinate about my videos anyway because I just don't have time to edit them. Let alone I changed up a little bit to try and make it easier, but then I still haven't edited them.
Greetings, my lord. I bring the good wishes of Moff Sarek, the officer entrusted with annexing this planet. He has been anticipating.
Yeah, true.
Arrival.
A lot of good stuff comes on. Welcome, Shaman Boy.
Bring me up to speed.
I would not presume to answer that. The Moff can explain to you himself.
I don't worry about lore videos as much because I feel like other people do them much better.
It will well serve the
At least for the most part.
Accomplished Sith on this planet.
But I do tend to, well, if you want to check it out, I've got that there. I'm been exporting these streams, which has been good. And I've done actual reviews of the comics and books a bit, but I've just been behind on my comic reviews because I've tried to make them shorter so that I'm not doing as much with them, so it doesn't take as much time. But I just need to actually sit down and work out what I'm going to say in a spoiler-free or more way of doing it that'll actually have more substance to it and actually say what I want to say.
Alderaan will make a fine jewel in the Empire's crown.
The heir to Alderaan's throne was recently assassinated, right after withdrawing from the protection of the Republic. The planet's in civil war, and for the first time in thousands of years, without the armies of the Republic to bring order.
That's a long time. Has the Republic really given them up?
Hey, lock on, there you are.
Here as we have ours. We have allied ourselves with House Thal.
You get notified when I'm live and stuff. And I also play other games on here, but so is yours be a big passion of mine, so this is always weekly.
To do what's needed.
Perhaps we should trust their methods.
If Alderaan is to be part of the Empire, they must learn what that means.
Jorad, one of the Thal Lords, insists on following Alderaan's rules of civilized warfare. I want you to show him warfare is far from civil. Several of Thal's vassal houses have rebelled since Thal's connection to us became public. This cannot be allowed. Take a slave collar from my man here and drag one of these rebels to our weak-willed Lord Thal. Kill the rest and leave them where they fall.
They will learn that the best way to survive is to submit.
These lords
a bit hypocritical, that's not what I meant her to say, but that does happen sometimes in SWtOR. Bloomin' short descriptions of what it's going to say. Oh well. It's hypocritical because she's the one keeping talking back to Barriss when she's like, haha, sometimes the best way is to submit. Right. Haha, Alderaan. Did I get more cartel coins? I keep forgetting if I get more cartel coins or not. Oh, I still have a few. Reuses the voice bits a lot. Yeah, and I mean, I think that's the thing with all RPGs that don't say the full sentence of what they're gonna say, is you interpret it to mean something else, and then they go off on this tangent of, oh, hang on, like the Sith Warrior playing light side, it's very hard for her to be nice, because I pick an option and then she goes, I will crush you, sort of thing. And it's like, oh, okay. Well then. Yes, drink some coffee. Coffee's good.
You lack patience, Duke Kendo. There are standard procedures that must be adhered to.
Your disregard for our family rules is appalling. You are an abomination. Goodbye, cousin.
Fools. They won't be feeling much of anything for long.
Duke Kendo, Darth Barris sent me.
What? You're not on my schedule. I don't appreciate being interrupted. Barras isn't even on my radar, Sith. I have a war to wage and personal ambitions to achieve here.
We can help each other.
Aiding Barris may help you achieve those ambitions.
Please don't try to manipulate me. I have Sith bodyguards of my own now. Tell Barras I'm through being his lackey. Femres, escort this intruder away. Kill her if you have to.
I'm sorry, Duke Kendo. We are assigned to protect you and support your interests in the struggle for Alderaan. But we serve the Emperor first.
Hey, there you go.
Will not cross Darth Barras.
Enjoy watching, Aviria. What a pathetic attempt.
I don't respect a kiss-up.
I simply see the big picture. You have our respect and allegiance.
Get good? Oh, I should put a command for that, shouldn't I? What do you think it should say? I haven't done a command for get good.
Okay. That was unexpected. It seems I may have been hasty regarding your master's needs. How can I make amends?
Just cooperate.
Do your job and all will be well.
I pledge the same level of focus that had me so absorbed in my own work. I pledge myself to your directives, and as I aid you, perhaps you'll be moved to help me in mine.
Alright.
We'll see. Time will tell.
I am focused and at your service. As I recall, Darth Barris wanted information
Try
on
that
a young
again, lock on.
girl who was taken off planet to train with Jedi Master Nomen Carr. I was to locate her family so that you could, well, send the girl a
That should be
message.
right. Should be in the list. Yeah. It's there now. Oh, I didn't put that. Yeah, I'll take that and adjust it a little bit. Yeah, there you go. I changed it to around about what yours is, but I made it make sense. Anyway.
That is my understanding.
The truth is, information about this girl is difficult to come by. I managed only one lead. Nomen Carr's Padawan fits the description of the former handmaiden of a noblewoman.
That's a good one.
Named Lady Renata. I've questioned her already, but Renata is protected by House Alder's greatest champion. The man has never met his match in melee.
That'll be fun.
There's nothing I can't handle.
If I may, once you've eliminated her protector and gotten what you need, I would personally be very indebted if you'd arrange to have Lady Renata brought to us for questioning.
We'll see.
I'll take it under consideration.
All right. I just hope the mood
Yeah, new
strikes.
people. It's good to see new people
While
joining the
House Alder is a
stream.
small
I always
town,
enjoy that.
It is affiliated with House Organa. Therefore, Lady Renata's estate.
Actually, I
is in
think one of the
hostile
things I like
territory
asking on
and
the
very
SWtOR
well
streams is
defended.
how much into the EU people are. And then it can bring up some topics that are quite good. So, hey, this is an EU game. I assume you're interested in the EU to this point. But what about the rest of the EU? You guys into the EU in other ways as well? And I know that AV's looking. Are really into EU. I mean, the ones that keep playing. Sometimes I wonder though.
Caution is for worms like you.
Oh, that's not what I meant.
Argue with you
Oh well.
I do hope to see you soon.
Like, some people just play the video games, which is fine, but they don't get into the novels and the comics and all that. Or there's the people that just play KOTOR and SWtOR and that sort of stuff. But of course, a lot of this I play single player anyway, because I tend to want to play with people I know more when I do play together. I don't know, maybe I was better when I was younger. But sometimes it's random people and stuff. I mean, especially since I'm only playing on stream now, I don't tend to just chat to the people that are around. I just go along and play for the story, which I find much more interesting than the MMO aspect of it. But there is that. But of course, that's where I think it shines, this game, because there's nothing special on the MMO side. But the story is what really takes me there. And the multiple choices and all that. And that's where I still haven't gotten into it, but it would be really cool to try the Star Wars RPGs that West End Games, Wizards of the Coast, and then Fantasy Flight did. And I don't know the differences between the systems. But I've been looking a bit at Dungeons and Dragons, and someone at one point during my break week is going to set up a one-shot game for me to actually start getting into Dungeons and Dragons. And so with that, I think there's a 5th edition version that someone has created for Star Wars, so to play Star Wars 5th edition type gameplay for playing through Dungeons and Dragons style RPG. Which could be interesting to look at as well.
Crymar? Is that Crymar Novan? That's a free nobleman of
And of course, for me, I want my immersion in the EU very much so, if I'm playing the Star Wars RPGs. Which is where I would turn to the older ones a bit more, because they would line up with the EU. Solving your problems.
Next time, handle your own affairs.
I told Moff Sarek that this was an internal problem.
All of Alderaan will be thrown into chains because of you.
Submit and you'll be spared.
The Empire asks only your obedience.
Alderaan has been free for as long as your empire's existed.
I've explained to Moff Sarek before. Perhaps you'd have more luck trying to lure ants with honey.
And I explained that honey is quickly eaten and turned to dung.
Sir.
Your man is pathetic.
This spineless toad will make a poor lord of Alderaan.
Yes. It will take work to shape him. I hope you will undertake this for me. I would like to make you the voice of the Empire in House Thor. Aid Jorad and his men in crushing resistance to our rule. Obey her as you would me, and with the same penalty for defiance. Tell her what must be done to secure Thal's hold on Alderaan.
Yes, sir. My lady.
Let's start planning.
What do we move on to now?
I suppose
Let's
the
go.
Moff expects us to take on House Organa. They're one of our oldest noble houses and loyal to the Republic.
Until recently, they've been without an army, but they've got supporters all over the planet, including here.
You'll never find them. They've got top-of-the-line cloaking, better than anything the Empire makes. No probes will get through, no spy sats, nothing.
I'm not worried.
I'm smarter than a probe droid.
House Organa denied raising an army, claiming it's just patriots defending their lands. But their attacks are too organized. We'll never find every group. We need to get inside their planet-wide communications, and that means finding a base with a physical link to slice into.
Just tell me where to go.
The Organa guerrillas have a base.
The Sith Warrior going back to... Yeah, tell me where to go and I'll do your errands.
There's a comlink there, guarded by their best soldiers. If you insert this computer spike, it'll give us a back door into all their communications.
If we slice into their command center, we can avoid falling into any traps.
House Organa will not make another move without us knowing.
The other one, there we go. Hurry up. There we go. It's funny how it's so easy to move back and forth between things now, but I'm still like, hurry up, walking down the long hallway. Alright, up here. Imagine if they made you just stay walking and not actually be able to run on the hallways. That would be terrible.
Do you require medical attention? Be well.
Alderaan. Look, I'm very blue compared to the rest. I guess that's reflecting off of the Varactyl. Oh, enemies ahead. Woo!
Next time we take a break, I want to get my Leku buffed.
Oh yeah, she says about getting her Leku buffed. I'm like, that would feel weird, wouldn't it? Keep jumping into things carelessly. I'm like, I'll be fine. Lore object. Yes, we really snuck in. Just come in and kill everyone. Hey, if no one's alive that saw you, then that's no one saw you. Must be sneaking. And not far from a level up either. I think it was for one of the first times. Actually, I'm on fire. World's on fire. How about yours? That's the way I like it, and I never get bored. Yes, it definitely looks like that. The visual effect of what was it called again? Fury, I think. That's interesting because there's the blue one that comes around the Jedi version. What's it called it again? I think it's called Sentinel, but then I think, hang on, Sentinel's not quite that. But yeah. What was my train of thought again? I lost what I was talking about because I got distracted by a comment. Actually, what was I thinking? I was thinking of asking you guys something and now I've completely lost it. Oh well, it'll come back sometime. What was I thinking about? Oh yeah, that's right. Doing all the side quests on the last characters on each side. I guess you guys would like to see it when I do more SWtOR and I'm more talking to the people that are regulars. But if you just join and want to keep watching, then sure. I was thinking of doing all of the side quests for the very last class stories I go through, so that we get a taste of all of it. Which will be Jedi Knight and Imperial Agent. So that'll be fun. And I assume you guys want to stick around and watch that. It'll just take longer to get through the class stories, but hey, that'll be good fun. Jedi Padawan. It must be the one I'm after.
You're good to go.
Oh, she's distracting the Padawan. You're like, where I've found I've enjoyed these SWtOR streams the most has been when I'm talking to people. It keeps coming up every time I have one where not as many people are commenting when I'm going, and I'm like, think of something to say, think of something to say. Oh yeah, I love when people comment. But I had a really good one a couple of weeks ago when I was playing the Dark Descent and then coming back to her afterwards.
They fight with a fervor of patriots.
The Organas are trusted here. Many people have joined their resistance. Now that we can monitor the Organas' communications, it should be possible to...
Lord Thul, the base is under attack. Send aid quickly. Order Outpost 2 under attack. I repeat, under attack. Perimeter defense is breached. We're under attack by assault droids. Repeat, a coordinated attack by probe and assault droids.
Blood of the Queen.
Sounds like you need a little Imperial support right now.
Yes. Show those backbiters that the Empire stands behind House Thul. The data says all 3 border posts are under attack. Looks like a coordinated effort. Hunter-killers and probes. All I've got out there is a skeleton crew. You're the only one close enough to reach them in time. Please, save my bases.
Should I?
Cause many probes you destroy. I want to know what's behind this. Good luck.
Luck is for the weak.
Thank you. Now hurry!
Luck is for the weak. That's better than, in my experience, there's no such thing as luck. We're the same anyway. Why do you make me just click one? Oh. Are we going out? Yeah, it's probably closer to go here. Oh, and some of them are respawned. Can I? Hey, it didn't aggro the ones that I went through the middle of. That's kind of cheating. Oh well, the game lets me do it. The game. No. Can murder all these people, but I'm still light-sided. Haha.
Think you scare me?
Because I think it's Sith Warrior, and then we're going into the Jedi Knight, and then it'll be the Imperial Agent, and then we'll be done the class stories. So I see the next ones will be going through all the side quests, which will be cool. We will get the complete story then, and I'm thinking the Jedi Knight was, I'm going to leave second to last because that is the canonical one. Like, we'll see what KOTOR 3 would have equivalent. That's the equivalent to KOTOR 3 basically. And then we get the Imperial Agent, which ties everything together beautifully. And then you can watch the whole thing through and get the full story of everything. Which is good. Very good. I was like, I'm thinking of EU. I'm gonna do a video on Heart of the Jedi. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Like, it's been a couple of weeks of assessments because it's nearing the end of the semester for college work that I'm doing, and so that's just been where, I mean, I just need to make time for it, which I might do tomorrow a little bit. If I don't have time tomorrow, I'm just going to do it when I have time. It's a bit like I'm compiling all the short stories into a document, as a short story compendium. That's sort of been like when I feel like it and I have time. I need to sort of make myself do it, otherwise it keeps getting left on the back burner. Because I really do enjoy doing those things. It's just a bit of work. Oh, this is the one where I get to punch. Oh no, that was the bounty hunter. We already played that. The bounty hunter, we get to punch the nobles, and it's so fun. Oh yeah, that's for probe droid memory cores. I can get them at the other place. Need to make sure I take the probe droids though. Relaxing music.
This always does the trick.
There's a probe droid here. Right. I'm just getting those probe droid memory calls now, so I need to make sure to focus on them. Hey, I got them. Right. And he's down there, so I can probably fast travel, yeah. Thule Palace. Right.
I cannot thank you enough for your quick
He just
work.
bounced a bit into the cutscene, didn't he?
But that attack was long in the planning.
It should never have happened.
It's foolishness to spread your troops so thin.
We have not had outright war on Alderaan for generations. Our tactics are somewhat rusty. Who's the source of these? What were they looking for? And quickly!
The programming signatures point to Lord Cedric Kilesa.
Lord Kilesa is my vassal. He swore loyalty to me.
Oh yeah,
personally
lock
when we
on.
returned to
There's a
exile.
new piece of music in the Mass Effect Legendary Edition as well, thinking of stuff. I was looking at, like, I saw a soundtrack thing on YouTube for it, and they said, oh, there's an 88th piece of music that was added into the Legendary Edition called Resynthesis. So, that's interesting.
Your vassals have too much freedom. Slavery works better.
The parameters indicate the probes were to join.
I didn't mean for her to say that. Hang on.
Who's the Lord?
Alright.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
We'll just say that.
Were to join an assault team in a. My lord, this program indicates an assault team massing in a tunnel between here and the Kilesa estates. I don't find any such tunnel on the blueprints.
The siege tunnel. Blood of a queen. They're coming through the siege tunnel.
The droids were a
Those
distraction.
attacks were meant to draw your guards away from the palace.
The wretched traitor. That tunnel connects his lands directly to our estates. No one's used it in centuries, but the tunnel opens right under this room. What are we going to do?
They will
I
not
will
win.
hold back this army myself if I have to.
You have proven a better friend than I expected. Moff Sarek gave us cartons of thermite explosives. They take time to set up, but they pack a punch. If you take them into the siege tunnel, you can collapse it on Cedric and his army. Seal the access, so they can't threaten us again.
Let's go.
Sounds like a plan.
I don't know what I'd do without you here. There's an entrance to the tunnel nearby. The storeroom is in the same area. I'll recall my troops to defend the surface, but there's no doubt the real battle will be below. Thank you.
The real battle is below, indeed. Oh, nice. I did the dailies. Hmm. And then that should be good for stuff. How are we looking here? Yep, looks about right. That's interesting to see the difference between them. Alright, what can I give to Vet? I need to get rid of some of these companion gifts. I don't sell them, so... I need to go through again. I think I can sell these though.
See ya.
Reporting.
Let's just do this for a minute.
You honor me, my lord. I am overwhelmed, my lord. I am overwhelmed, my lord. You honor me, my lord. I am overwhelmed.
Yeah, overwhelmed and all that. He says nothing when I give him stuff. Well then. Let's see what... Oh, let's see what Treek likes. There we go, that's better. Now back to Vet. Woo! Vet for story reasons. She's bae. Right. What happens if I do take the... I forget now if they look better with my current... than my current ones. I think they actually do. There we go. You're unified, aren't you? Yeah, that's all unified. Don't have to worry too much about that. Oh yeah, it's up here and on the other side. Boom. Well, I'll be killing all their forces. Some bonuses are so hard not to do. Like, they had an extra line of dialogue, and it'd be interesting to see what happened if you failed them, but sometimes you just can't avoid it. Like, these killing ones, maybe if you had stealth. But otherwise... There's proper fire. The other's just some aura. Which is interesting that they give that sort of visual representation to it. A masochist. Yeah, it must be. I mean, that's all the Sith Warriors, right? There must be masochists. Why did that come up? Oh, could another daily thing. Oh, I missed a companion gift. Oh well. What is this? Sparkle powder. I'm all sparkly now. Okay, for a moment. Punish me harder, Daddy Jedi. That would be hilarious to see an interaction, because I'm sure that would have happened at one point. Like, oh yes, Jedi, punish me harder. And the Jedi would be like, what? Make sure I'm healed up for it. Oh yeah, did I have any more? Oh, I did. I could pick another one here. Okay. True, actually. I've forgotten about that in some parts. But also just vet. Force choking robots, out of interest. I mean, it's more like force crash than force choke. They really should call it that. Of course, we're not going to see the dark side options as much in this playthrough because it was voted on at the end of the last class story. Yeah, I've actually played all the class stories before, but I'm mainly stuck to the dark side or light side affinity, like Jedi light side, Sith dark side. So yes, I know what you're referencing, especially since my other Sith Warrior is a male, and the romance option was very interesting. So, you can't handle it? I'm sure you could, lock on.
Does he lick your hand? Fetch your slippers?
It's free to play
You
even.
Alderaanians will never bow to the likes of you.
Yeah, your passion is admirable.
Yield, and you may keep your title and your lands.
I would sooner see Alderaan blasted into space debris than given over to the Empire. You don't even have the guts to fight this yourself, instead of hiding behind a cart and a thermite. If you had a shred of decency, you'd settle this by an honorable duel. You against me.
Fine, let's duel.
You against me.
You surprise me, Sith. I heard your kind wouldn't know of honor if they scraped it off their shoe. A duel of skill, then. If you win, I will give my house over to Jorah Thul to use as he will. If I win, you stand aside and let me cleanse Alderaan of this scourge.
A little bit light side. Mine went all for it.
To arms!
I'm kind of trying not to spoil it for people watching the story for the first time. But I was going to explain, because we're going to get the alternate to that at the end of this stream, probably, that we were the other option of what the outcome is if you go full dark side.
Concede. You have the better skill. Perhaps it is Alderaan's fate to fall to the Empire. I will tell my people. We must find a way to live.
I mean, at what point is it a spoiler? It's a 2011 game and it was in the base game as well.
Show them that sometimes there is more strength in yielding.
I will tell my army to stand down. Thank you for this mercy.
Righty right then. Yeah, I mean, legendary flair didn't give it away. But yeah. A lot of as I played through once, and by the end of it I was just blasting through, just focusing on class stories, because it got to the point where it was like, I've done all these side quests before just to get the class stories of some of them. So it's nice to take my time and do the class story and the planetary story arc with each. And then for the last two, I'm going to be doing all the side quests so everyone watching can get a full picture of everything that's going on. And because it'll be the last ones. And then expansions will be interesting. Got to see which characters people want to see in the expansions.
The Calazes just surrendered.
I got to do the flashpoints as well.
To take them into custody. The Calazes are saying you are a woman of great honor. I will tell Moff Sarek.
I like that name for a character like Darth Genocide. you could all. Would you though?
I have won your place for you fairly, in a way they understand.
An unnecessary luxury, but it did not cost us the battle. This time. The Thals need not fear any further rebellion in their ranks. It would be a waste to keep one of our few Sith here any longer. General Stanul Thal is coordinating our efforts near House Ald. Speak to him if you'd like to take a further role in this conquest.
You have saved my house's dream of ruling our world, and taught me much about what that will mean. I will not forget.
At least with Darth Genocide, you know, he's not going to be trying to trick you into anything. If you had Darth Hornius, that would just keep trying to seduce you, you know? Nothing a bit of force stroke or wicked control. No, Darth Hornius is the one that is force stroking and whipping you. You're not controlling Darth Hornius. You're not controlling. Oh, I got a skill to learn. So lazy, I just pull out that anyway. Oh yeah, speeder piloting. Goody. Faster speeders. And that is all this direction, right? And of course Darth Hornius would be a Deveronian. Just because.
Vehicle pads are currently open for business.
The man spreading on the Thranta. Oh man, my mind's there now. Damn it, comments. At the same time, it's funny. But also, we played the Sith Inquisitor, so I can say this. It really is weird to me how a light-sided character like Ashara would become an apprentice to the Sith. It's like, what?
I was told you want to see me.
Yes,
no,
Moff Sarek
Deveronian.
here. We've had an inspection team lost to the Killiks for days now. Advisors from
And Zabrak could be,
sites for lanthanide deposits.
but a
in the middle of the
Deveronian.
inspection, the entire place was overrun by Killiks. We've had no communication for days.
If you need a reference picture, it is one of these guys. Iridonian Zabrak. Original lore. It's weird in the EU because he's a Iridonian Zabrak, but because of the Clone Wars, you have to have some way for him to have been brought to Dathomir. And it's, I mean, TCW just throws a whole spanner in the works anyway.
I want the full briefing. Risk assessment, strategic importance, all of it.
Moff Sarek wants the inspection team rescued, and fast. Apparently some of them hold serious rank off-world. And the Killiks don't exactly respond to negotiations. They're the native aliens here. Giant bugs with just enough...
They really missed out. They didn't add Deveronian as a playable species in this, but I guess a bit limited.
To strategically assess its value.
You have some kind of personal stake in this?
Yes. I don't want you to think I'm asking for personal reasons, but my daughter was leading the inspection team. I don't know if she's alive or dead. If you can find her, find our advisors, free them if they're prisoners. I promise you a reward that will leave me bankrupt.
I will not let these aliens kill your daughter or the advisors.
Thank you. For myself, even more than for my house.
'Cause, yeah, I think... Yeah, I think he's Iridonian Zabrak anyway, at least from what I remember. Because that was in the original Clone Wars multimedia project. No, it was before the Clone Wars, chronology-wise. It was before TCW came out that it was established that he was an Iridonian Zabrak. To change it is a weird sort of thing. So yeah, these exploration missions we'll also be doing in there. Yeah, and I think that budget being yoinked was for sure what affected us getting side missions for all of the characters, which I really would have loved. Because, like, you can see when you would have gone and helped them on each of their side missions, but now they're just like, oh, we'll do it ourselves, and you face the black and they come back. But it would have been really cool to have a side mission for each of the companions. It's unfortunate. And I know people that like Ashara as well. Like, I think I had a high school mate actually that really liked Ashara. And that's cool. But I'm just like, kind of need more to go off. Like, her reasoning makes sense in the way, but I think it needed a bit more to it, personally. To explain why she would leave the Jedi Order and travel around with a Sith. And then again, there's not really any other option than the Sith trying to trick her into thinking that they're going to reform the Empire from the inside out, so... Fun times.
Nobody better mess with us now.
It is a shame that I feel like Ashara, or maybe the two, Ashara or the other, would have been, whether you go light or dark side, a bit like Jacer. we'll see it at the end of this stream anyway, so a little bit like that, where like it depends on your choices which companion you get. Maybe that would have been cool. All the choices, like they fix it in the expansions, but the choices to actually have your companions on, like depending on your choices, you could not have certain companions and stuff, would have been cool as well. I mean, but that's so much that could go into it that they probably didn't have the budget and time for. But you can see how they could have made improvements to it.
In the name of the Emperor.
Now how they get the Killick hive mind? They must learn how to use weapons and stuff from joining with the humans. So in that way, they could actually be quite a threat if they get a lot of knowledge from just joining with certain humans and characters. Oh yeah, I forgot. It's been so long since I played the... I think I played the beta. I forget. But I definitely played it when it first came out anyway. Ha! Yeah, I mean, that's where you gotta get good. You don't hardly need a healer now. No. But yeah, I remember the rolls were locked and stuff. I remember what early SWtOR was like. There was... Was it this? Yeah, there was no level cap on the planets either then. Couldn't fry the Ewok. Emergency dinner. Nope. But I mean, that's one of the things. It's like, if you want your healer companion, you're gonna have to make the choice to keep him alive then. Harder on an MMO because you don't have being able to revert back to an older save. If people realize that was what happened and go, oh no, I didn't want to do that. But hey. Where should that put that in storage? I didn't think before. Oh well. We'll do that next time. And they nerfed heroics and stuff, which is nice for me that plays more single player. But then that also forced me to go looking for other players and actually work together with people to do the heroics when they needed 2 people or more. And it's just like, well, now that can't happen. Well, it doesn't force me to do it now, I should say. For most of them.
You have removed those who are not of the nest. Had they stayed, they would have learned the peace of the joining. We will not deny you your prize. But leave now. There has been a song of swarming. We have claimed these mines for the nest.
I'm looking for Stanor Thul's daughter.
Once we were called Daria Thul. Now we are known as new child of the Ukon.
I'm going to turn my heater down
We
slightly.
have tasted the gel and scented the egg chamber. We have joined.
Don't be afraid. I'm here to get you out of this.
You are mistaken. We are not here against our will. We have joined the kind.
The Killicks are really interesting.
A love that comes of sharing one mind. It is a gift beyond measure. We will never return.
You would leave your friends, your father.
Stanor Thul is not my family. He and his kind have brought war to Alderaan in the name of their
Oh,
own
yes.
power.
I hate those ones that are only doable as ops.
Here we are at peace. Here we will stay.
It's like the end of the Dreadmaster story. Only in operations. I've never played it.
If you have found happiness, however unlikely, I will not take that from you.
Thank you.
Oh,
if you
well.
ever tire of the world of violence and mistrust, return. The peace of the nest is open to all.
I really wish they'd do a Flashpoint version that you could do solo, but then also have the operations version to have the options for that story content. Because I can only sort of infer what happened to the Dreadmasters from stuff. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I've never played it because I've never been part of a big enough thing to do the operations. And like, if I'm playing SWtOR here, that's also sort of probably a subconscious desire, but also or a side desire, not really subconscious, but a side desire that would be from streaming it is going, maybe we could get enough people to form a guild and do everything together. But it seems like the way it's going, people are just here to experience the story, which is cool, and not as much people that play it themselves for the kind of audience that I've gathered here from my streaming and stuff. So yeah, just the whole accessibility. Like, they made the heroics doable solo. I could do some heroics solo before, just from being over level for the planet, but that's by the by. And flashpoints, being able to do them solo is really good. They bring them down so that they are doable solo, even for players that aren't quite as skilled, maybe I'll say. Like, because I feel like I know how to play this quite well from playing it since launch. So some of it I could do solo anyway, like the Acellis and that. But others seem not to have been able to. To be able to provide solo options for those is great. So can we please have solo options for other things too? Nice, force choke and then throw the lightsaber at him. I feel like almost as well Yeah, you do a bit more groundwork for the Revan one. That makes sense, yeah. If you do a bit more groundwork and stuff to do the solo option, for sure. We'll see that later on when I play the expansions. Alright, in we go. Winred.
My lady, we have intruder.
Lady Renata, I seek
big man, lots words.
Jason Wilson.
What's this nonsense you're spouting? I don't know what you're talking about.
Lady, let me kill this Sith like the last one Duke Kendo sent.
Windred, you don't need my permission to kill an enemy that comes barging through my door. Make it fast.
You got it wrong.
Violence isn't necessary. I just need information.
All you need is my sword through you neck.
Yes, smart guy. You defeated easily.
I'm sorry.
This can't be. I'm sorry I ordered him to kill you, Sith. I hope you don't hold it against me. You see, I've been fending off Duke Kendo's advances for some time, and I just assumed you were here for him. If you're not working for the Duke, I'll gladly cooperate. You mentioned a girl, yes? Jace or someone?
Oh, now you're ready to help.
Glad to see I have your undivided attention.
You have a very persuasive manner. I was aware of the young handmaiden who left Alderaan with the Jedi Master. And I did hear the name Jace Wilsum, but you're mistaken. I didn't know her. The girl never served me.
Tell me what you can.
Do you know anything about her?
Duke Kendo can include that in his interrogations. The Duke congratulates you on your impressive venture into House Alday. I'm here to take the fair lady to him.
Great.
Don't let him take you to that pig. I do know who the girl worked for. I'll tell you all I can, if only you'll keep me from Duke Kendo.
I'm listening.
You have my attention.
Then we are agreed. Good. Before she left with the Jedi, Jace Wilsum was the handmaiden of Giselle Organa of House Organa. They were inseparable. Before the war, Giselle was an aristocrat like myself. Now she leads the Organan troops against House Ulgo.
That doesn't tell me much.
That's not a lot to go on.
But that's as close as I can get you to Jace. Giselle can tell you the rest.
The Duke will know where to find Giselle Organa and how to reach her. If you let me deliver Lady Renata to him, I'm sure Kendo will happily shed light on the situation for you.
Well, she cooperated, so she stays.
The lady isn't going anywhere.
Thank you. It's good to know some Sith have a sense of honor.
Fine. As I said, I will not oppose you, nor will I defy your decision here. I meant what I said. I'm sure Kendo can help you find and confront Giselle. You should consult with him on it.
Tell him to expect me.
Be sure he's prepared when I get there.
Of course, friend. I will see you at House Thor.
I like this guy. He just wants to help.
I hold you in high esteem, Sith. I only hope you make that worm Kendo pay for misleading you. Take nothing he says at face value.
He doesn't fool me.
I see through Duke Kendo.
I'm sure you'll be fine. Goodbye.
But if there's a flirt option... because I forget a lot of the details because it's been a while since I've played the story before, and I was as a male, not as a female. Well then, that's a different story.
No matter how much you climb on this planet, there's always a higher mountain.
Because there ain't no mountain high enough.
Shock, but they seem otherwise unharmed. I wish I could say the same for my daughter. I have heard nothing. Did you not find her?
Dario wanted to say.
She has embraced the Killik's ways. I would not force her to return.
I've heard of this. They call it the joining. Some drug those horrors secrete that brainwashes their victims. You should have dragged her away. There must be a way to recover.
Let her go.
She's at peace now. Honor that and return.
Interesting, there's a take your revenge option, so you could join, be sort of bouncing between light and dark side. Would be interesting.
I'm Agent Craig Graff, Imperial Intelligence. It was no accident those Killiks attacked when they did. The Ulgos pushed them toward that mine.
How did you figure that out?
We've been monitoring communications between the Ulgo strike teams in that region. This was definitely planned. The push was orchestrated by the Ulgos to distract us from something they're calling Operation Sun Shower.
Seriously? Sun Shower?
Ordoranians are entirely too cheerful.
I've heard that term. It's come up a few times in the chatter we're getting from our back door into the Organa networks.
It's a baradium detonator, a massive explosive. They plan to strike at the heart of Full Lands. The detonator is being transported by Boris Ulgo's elite soldiers, former Republic Special Forces, with the best weapons they could take and all the training the Republic gave them.
Kill the soldiers, steal the weapon?
Just before the Killiks arrived, we acquired a data file that I believe to be the launch codes for the detonator.
If you really wish to strike fear into the heart of the Ulgos, get into the camp where they're holding it and set it off prematurely. It won't be the full force of the weapon, but let it be Ulgo that perishes, not Thul.
That's down here. Well, I'll go back to Duke Kendo for a minute. Where was he again? That's the closest one here. Chill.
I heard you decided not to allow Fimrest to bring the Lady Renata to me. I am most disappointed.
Yeah, you're better
You would
off.
have tired of her quickly.
Oh, it would have taken hours.
Wow, that's your time scale for
By
it?
denying my claim to Renata, you certainly aren't providing me much incentive to help you. Where's my motivation?
I'm not. I need you focused.
Renata would have been a distraction for you.
And now you have my full attention. Is that it? I see the logic. So, Fimrest tells me the lead was fruitful. Although Lady Renata was not the gold's mistress, she knew who was. Giselle Organa. I should say, General Giselle Organa. Now you have to track her down, which poses a bit of a problem.
Some elaboration is required.
Giselle Organa leads the Organa War against House Ulgo. Her headquarters is protected by an impenetrable force field. No firepower can breach it.
I'll just walk through
the
then.
force field allows Giselle and her advisors to be stationed very close to the front and maintain a more hands-on command.
It can't be
There's got
foolproof.
to be a way to penetrate the force field.
Well, that is the task that faces us. Wait. Yes. A force field needs power to maintain itself, yes? So, if we manage to cut the power, and I bet I know exactly where Giselle is getting her juice. If I'm right, you could just walk through the front door.
I'm optimistic.
Sounds very promising.
Almost all the power on Alderaan is supplied by the planetary generator. Giselle must be piggybacking the system to power her force field. Several of my fellows do this to maintain their special security needs. A precise charge at the generator will force fail-safes to fire. The planet won't miss a beat, but ancillary systems like Giselle's force field will have to be manually reset, which could take some time.
What do you think of this plan?
Me? Wow, you want my opinion? Cool. I'll tell you, I just don't trust this guy.
What a charming creature you are. Believe me, this is the only way to gain access to the Organa headquarters. Fimrest, fetch a 7/7 detonator from my arms cabinet there and give it to our friend. As you wish.
He just seems really pissed at the Duke.
It's located above the Strait Valley, and it boasts the planet's most advanced security systems. You'll have to fight your way in, set the charge, then fight your way out before the boom. It won't be easy.
It will be easy. Don't insult me. Thanks for the heads up, yeah.
Consider me warned.
And being nice to him. The others sounded like they could just insult him back.
Giselle's surrounding army and invade her headquarters before her force field is reset. I'll be eagerly tracking your progress. Good luck.
I don't need luck. Luck is for the weak. It was a better saber, so... Where am I going? Okay, I should do this planetary story arc quest and then go down to wherever the next part is. Here we go. I think that's up here. Yeah, it looks like it. Yep. Oh, there's enemies right here. Why is that one? Oh, you're prone. I almost thought it was glitched and laying down. That has happened to companions before. Oh, look, more meat to the slaughter. Oh wait, no, I'm playing light-sided. But it does feel like that. Die! She does have a masochistic side, so there is that. Me? What do you mean, me? I like to roleplay my characters. Doesn't mean they reflect all that I do. No, she's a masochist. I am generally adverse to pain if I can help it. Alright, the safe room. Oh, Vet's not here. Oh no, she dead. Oh, she came through the door. That door's not stopping anything. Oh, I guess I'll just go back here. Shuttle just comes in the middle of enemy forces and takes me there.
Thank you. You are again Thul's savior, saving our lands from devastation and death.
The abilities of the Sith are truly beyond the capacity of the rest of us to understand.
It was no big
I
deal.
didn't even break a sweat.
Then we must bow to your skill even more, for it is more than any of our troops could do. The Ulgos have retreated to mourn their casualties. Perhaps I should do the same.
My superiors have been asking about you. There is some intrigue happening with House Rist. Trouble for our allies. If you're interested, look for Dathis Elgin. Moff Sarek has already commended you to him.
Alrighty. How those races look? Yeah.
Welcome. Please select an available travel route.
Come on, where are they? Down here.
Have a safe and pleasant stay.
Whoops. No more water. What was this one? On guard, incoming damage reduced. Why do I have that? I forget. Oh well. Aha. That's a power generator.
Please use all products only as intended. Be well.
Nothing more to learn there. And that's 36. Alright. Anywho.
Sith. Dathis Elgin, Imperial Advisor to House Thul. Am I glad to see you? House Thul faces a crisis that threatens to undermine their entire position on Alderaan. And the Empires as well.
It can't be that bad, can
I'm
it?
trying something.
Prone to exaggeration. House Rist, Alderaan's House of Assassins, is currently aligned with the usurper House Ulgo. But there was a time when Rist did all manner of secret jobs for whomever paid. Now the dirty details of those jobs are threatening
Some the
to
thing
get
when I
out.
use the mouse buttons, if I hold it in and then pick another option, they say this half press.
Next time, don't hire assassins.
Every noble house on Alderaan has done underhanded things. Thul is not unique. A former Rist assassin, kicked out for revealing the identity of one of his employers, is blackmailing Thul. He says he'll reveal every assassination, every kidnapping, every conniving thing Thul has done unless we pay him.
I'm not
We
impressed.
wouldn't want that to happen now, would we?
If Thul is brought down, we might as well just hand the planet back to the Republic. We've arranged a meeting to deliver payment. But he's recruited some of Rist's best assassins to his side. I don't trust him. That's why I need you. Someone strong enough to withstand whatever trap he intends to spring.
It'll be done before you know it.
This man wants to
But I
establish
can't
his
do all
own
of them
house of
because the option that I end up
and he has
picking,
demanded land and a title
it presses it
escape
properly.
for silence. Take this case and meet him at the assigned meeting place. If he takes the bribe, fine. If not, kill him.
Simple as that. Alright then. Woo! Can go straight, surely. Yeah, okay, I can go all the way up here. I wonder with the Emperor gone, because I mean I played Dark Descent on here, so that... What is what? I miss what you mean when you sent it this tank. Imperial Devastator it's called.
I have nothing to say to you right now.
I meant to go this way. Oh. Now it triggers.
Well, brother, would you look at this? A Sith. I guess
It does look almost
as
like...
stupid as I thought.
It does look a lot like that.
Try. Now, if you kindly hand over the payment.
I'm not giving you a thing until I'm sure there are no tricks.
Tricks? We've only just met. You already know me so well. I thought Thule would send some scrawny diplomat I could take hostage, but you'll fetch a higher price.
You will have to beat me first.
I'm looking forward to it.
I didn't go the no violence route. I've been scanned, so don't like it.
Stop this, Kai. She has the better of us, and besides, it's not worth it. The evidence is already on its way to House Ulgo. He had no intention of giving it to you.
Is this true?
Do you really think you could betray me?
Sam, you idiot! We could have been counts!
You've lost all sense of honor. Lying and stealing? I swore to live by a code. The runner with the evidence is delivering it to Ulgo's son, Vesix.
Sam, you'd betray your own brother? I'll kill you for that!
Damn it, Kai. I'm sorry.
Whack.
Look, the coordinates the runner was headed to are in the console over there. You might be able to catch him if you hurry. I'll take Kai's assassins. I promise, neither you nor Thule will hear from us again.
Alright.
You won't be so merciful a second time.
I won't forget it. We owe House Thule a big favor. Good luck recovering that evidence.
Good luck. Oh, he was nice enough to at least cooperate.
I take the fact that you're rummaging around in the assassin's files to mean that the meeting didn't go well.
You sort us out.
The evidence has already gone to Ulgo.
You're kidding me. Damn it. Well, spare no detail. If Vesix Ulgo gets that evidence, soon every house on Alderaan will know who Thule hired Risk to kill and when. They won't just banish Thule, they'll destroy them. And the Empire's chances on Alderaan will die with them.
It stinks to be you.
I can't say I envy your position right now.
I'm sorry, but I have to ask for your help once more. Vesix Ulgo commands a squad of the most highly trained commandos on Alderaan. They have even defeated Jedi. But you may stand a chance. I have to ask you to recover that evidence, quickly.
This will be pathetic.
This is a trifling matter, but I will do it.
Thank you so much. Find the evidence, destroy it, and I promise you double the reward when you return.
Only double? Pfft, hardly worth it. I want triple, take it or leave it. Alright. That's where something happens later in expansions. Oh, I can't really go this way. Well, it won't be as quick. I think it's the. It looks more like the gun from the AT-ST attached to the sort of Clone Wars tank, but then of course they changed the shape a bit. But that is one of the things in this game is they reuse some models a few times for different creatures. And the technology levels in it, they made the trooper armors and all that look very much like Stormtrooper armor from the original trilogy. And stuff like that is like, surely it could be more original. This is older technology. It would not be. And I guess it looks the same, but it's lower tech, but still. That's the way the news goes. And jumping, yes, it must make me faster. Right. Oh, so I'm just killing Vesix Olga now. Nice. Alright, go out here and do the other mission. Oh, I'm gone. Oops. Forgot about these guys. They're dead. Alderaan. That's a legend I haven't heard in a long time. Did I ever tell you the tragedy of Alderaan the Pacifistic? I thought not. It's not a story the Empire would tell you. Alderaan was a planet so pacifistic, so noble, that the only thing they feared was, of course, war. And when war came in the form of the Death Star, they, unfortunately, lost it all. Well, they're not pacifistic at the moment, so they're fine. It'll take a couple of thousand years for them to become pacifistic at least. And it's probably after the Russo Reformations that they went full pacifistic, so that's... yeah. A bit over 2,000 years here. I'll kill them all. Can I loot you? What? I can't loot him. That's a glitch. Oh no, is my internet... Okay, the internet just went funky for a while there. Oh, it's starting. Back again. Oh, okay, I'm back. What happened there? My internet just dropped out completely for a moment. Big F on that one. I have to relaunch the game. Well, at least it's not a user error that time. Let's try that again, shall we? We'll probably have to kill enemies again. That's how it goes. Wow, I just dropped like 2 viewers just because the internet dropped out. Get good, scrubs. Get good. Gotta hang in there. I'm wondering. Right. Yeah, get good, internet. That's a good command. I like that one. Oh, yay! It saved my spot. I don't have to redo the killing of the enemies and stuff. Right. Now, I'm gonna take out my frustrations on you guys. Die! Right. If you force choke someone, go around the back of them and stab them with gourd. Can they get double lightsabered up the butt? That'd be hilarious. I want to try that now. When my force choke comes back. Oh, damn it. It's interesting because that reminds me very much of Malgus's lover, as far as the relationship they have with the Sith Warrior, but it's in a different way in the end at the moment anyway. Maybe you could have had the option to sacrifice your companion to ascend to become a Darth. That would be interesting. Let's go. I guess you could actually have something for the companion closeness. So try the Ewok. The Ewok's not the lover though. If you had to sacrifice your companion with the most affection, that would be interesting way to use the affection system. It actually has more importance than just being, oh yeah, they're better at crafting and stuff. Which I have not shown crafting either. But of course I'm not particularly a SWtOR YouTube channel. But it could be interesting to share some of what knowledge I've accrued over playing it for a while. I just haven't gone around to it again. I mean, the best way to level up the crew skills is really just to level it up as I play through the main story. That's what I found. Otherwise, you just gotta let things sit for a while. Oh, they're all coming up here. Nice. Good job, Vet. Bring them all in close. And that's my girl. Oh, it's almost a bat stab, but it goes a bit low. I'm in the facility. Let's go. No. It's up to the lift. Nice.
Our standing army outside is being wiped out. Someone or something is on its way here.
Nice epic entrance.
The force field reset, but we're still a sitting duck.
Yep. We're trying to play a SWtOR Sith Warrior, and yet she's still throwing people around and force choking them.
Generator explosion. In my opinion, House Ulgo is behind all this.
Your opinion is about to change. I'm here for information on Jason Wilson's family.
Intruder!
Epicness.
None of you panic. I'll handle this. Sith, did I hear you right? You've perpetrated all this in search of my former handmaiden?
Exactly.
You figured it out.
Like me, you'll stop at nothing to achieve your goals. You have decimated my forces outside. They were to be deployed to secure a part of my front that's about to fall. Now I have no reinforcements. You seek information only I have, and my front needs bolstering. Perhaps we can help each other.
I feel like I can't be bothered with it. But I may have to take her up on it.
I'll kill your entourage one by one until you give me what I want.
Go ahead. I'm not a commander with a soft heart. My actions are always dictated by the big picture. Kangrel, Prin, and Blanks knew the risks of circle.
Fine, look, let's just do this. Show me exactly. Give me a show of good
I'll
faith.
defend your front, but tell me what I wish to know first.
I am not so gullible. I'll tell you about Jason Wilson's parents after my front is defended. Now, on my
We are
left
going
flank,
light-sided
there's a
with
tunnel
this.
Between my forces and House Ulgo's that has been hard pressed by the enemy. I have only a ragtag troop defending this tunnel, and Ulgo is about to attack. You must repel the enemy forces.
Don't renege.
Better hold up your end of the deal.
I am a woman of my word. What's left of my forces at the tunnel choke point are being led by Lieutenant Dargus. I'll let Dargus know you're coming. He'll contact me as soon as you've succeeded. Assuming you do.
Don't doubt me.
Your lack of faith is an insult, Giselle.
Believe me, I know you're my best chance. Goodbye, Sith. As uncomfortable as it is to say, I hope we speak again soon.
Luis level 38. Aha, Undying Rage. Nice, a bit of a buffety buff. I think I'll put that in there. Yeah. Up around there. Okay. And I guess I should end up going up here and going out. I guess it'll be closer to where I need to go. Yeah, looks closer. It also looks like it's in the next area, but oh, I'll go there first so that I'm not running around too much. I don't know if people that play SWtOR actually know the EU a lot. And I'll return to this topic because I'm thinking of it again. Because, like I said, some people only play the games, but then there's also the average Star Wars fan, of course, just watches whatever's on the telly, whatever movie comes out or whatever. Yeah, that's not the ones that are going to be playing SWtOR. But then there's others that only play SWtOR, as far as I'm aware. And you get then those that only play video games. And then there's people that read the books, read the comics, and play the video games. But then there's people that only read the books and the comics. So you got the different levels of them. And so it just depends who ends up where. Oh, we're shivering a bit. But yeah. Hard to say. I haven't had many conversations with people on SWtOR about it. So there is that. Time to go. Deja vu. Whoa. Yes, deja vu. Because I keep returning to certain topics. Right? And it just feels that way. Deja vu, I've been in Walmart before. No, I have not. There's no one ending with Mark here, is there? Ah, that's right. Deja vu, I've been in Walmart before. Actually, I haven't. I've only been in Kmart. Whoa. Wow, almost died. Oh, that was cool. I got to use Undying Rays. Oh, reduces damage you take by 99% for 4 seconds. So that's the last resort one if you're about to die. I guess if you lost a healer companion, if it was actual that you could choose to not recruit or you actually kill companions earlier, then that'd give more weight to actually getting like treaking that on the cartel market.
All right, man. This is it. With the captain dead, it falls on me to rally what's left of us. I guess the reinforcements aren't gonna make it. We'd better get ready. Ulgo forces are fast approaching. I can feel the tunnel walls shaking.
You need some fighting spirit.
And we shake the walls right back at them.
Lieutenant, we've been flanked.
No, wait. General Giselle sent word that a Sith would be coming to our aid, but I thought I must have misheard her.
Sir, I'm not trusting a Sith. No way.
We're drastically outnumbered, Sergeant. The General's given an order, and besides, without help, we die for sure.
The rest of the men and me aren't sticking around for a suicide run.
Yeah, it's going to be glorious.
If you men follow the sergeant, you'll miss a great victory.
If we stay, either Ulgo kills us or the Sith does. Who's leaving with me?
I don't think so, Sarge. Maybe with the Sith at our side, we can repel the attack. Yeah, and I don't relish the idea of being a deserter anyway.
Glad to hear it, men. Sergeant, you are relieved, and I will report this to General Giselle personally.
Well done.
Now you're sounding like a leader, Lieutenant.
Even though I understand the instinct to run, desertion can't be tolerated. Get out of here, Sergeant. Let the real soldiers fight the good fight.
Need to turn my heater up again a little bit. You probably died. Whoa. Oof. Oh, there's so much good stuff. Stand aside.
Stay out of my way and watch.
Take your positions. This is it.
I'm just like, they'll get in my way. I haven't seen this whole section before, so this is really cool. Holding him at the pass. Oh, one of them spawned in there. How'd that happen? Dead. Ha
That was amazing. They just kept coming and coming. And you're a war machine.
Thank you.
I appreciate your observation.
You might want to stop all the chatter. Those bozos are regrouping for another attack. Get ready.
I'm always ready.
Let them come. They'll find I'm more than their match.
Here they come.
This is really cool. I like this part. Oh, droids. That is the Sith Warrior storyline, though. A war machine. I wonder if the same things will happen since I'm light-sided later on, even. Must be. It's a major story event.
There's blood all over me. It's everywhere. Everywhere.
Isn't it great? You're right.
Calm down, Lieutenant. Your wounds are superficial.
Hey, I just snuck a peek into the tunnel. There's a heap of those laser brains getting ready for another swipe.
They never learn.
Some people are gluttons for punishment.
Get ready to be overrun.
What a wimp. Don't let him speak. Just fight. This feels epic, repelling a whole attack by myself. Nice. But they're heavy armor, aren't they? Of course they will be. They look quite nice though. For the look, I'll keep them up there.
It's a miracle! The Ulgo forces are retreating! You did it!
I'm still fresh.
Too bad. I was just getting warmed up.
If that was a warm-up, I'd hate to see the main attraction.
Yeah, she sure would.
Holo for you. She'll be very relieved.
What's the word, Dargus? I assume that since you're hailing me, the day is won?
Yes, General. The Sith single-handedly turned back the entire attack.
Sith, as painful as it has been, it seems you've come through. I hope you're not expecting a thank you.
Just keep your end of the deal.
I want what you promised.
Yes, well, a deal is a deal. Now, I promise to tell you where Jason Wilson's parents could be found. They have been servants in Castle Organa for many years. Sith, the Wilsons are a simple, innocent, hard-working people. They deserve your mercy.
Perhaps.
I'll take it under consideration.
That's all I can ask.
Goodbye, Sith. And thanks for saving my life.
Ooh. Oh. That's not a bad top either. And it's looking better than the current. The stats are better, so it goes there. But I mean, this top looks a bit better, I think. But yeah. Alright, I think we want to go here first. Oh, there's more enemies there that we didn't kill. Whoops. We'll just let them fight. No, he's down here. Whoops.
Tell me you've defeated Vesix. Tell me you managed to destroy the evidence of Thul's misdeeds before Ulgo was able to distribute it.
On my honor.
I swear it. Never in my entire life have I been so relieved. Here is a reward from House Thul.
I like that droid. He calls me Sith Master.
I hope you realize that.
Welcome. Please select an available travel route.
Yeah, kept my session going. That's alright. Why does my Streamlabs OBS say 3 viewers and my stream manager say 2 viewers? Oh well. Fun times. Good times. That's a nice peaceful ride on the Thranta. It's cool because you see these in, well, very much the same things in KOTOR, but you can't ride them, and here you can ride them. So there's a bit of a thing of like, oh, some fans thought we could have ride them, let's do it.
lord, please stand by a moment. I have urgent orders to put you into contact with my superior, Darth Victus.
Ah, so you've finally arrived. I've been told that you've accomplished much for the Empire during your service to Darth Baras. I am Darth Victus. Our Empire has need of you, Sith, here and now.
What exactly is
I don't
needed?
need details.
The task at hand involves House Pantia, the weakened former rulers of Alderaan. Though most believe them wiped out, a few stragglers yet survive. These surviving Pantias are needed to legitimize House Thul's eventual rule. We are creating an understanding with them even now, but the forces of House Ulgo plan to interfere.
Why are the Ulgos so concerned about House Thul?
Boris Ulgo, House Ulgo's leader, was a Republic war criminal before he usurped Alderaan's throne. His hatred of the Empire is well known. Ulgo has strike teams massing Thranta for transport. They intend to assault the Pantia's mountain hideaway and slaughter all surviving members of the House. The eradication of House Pantia would greatly impede our
Beast
plans for
Wars of
House Thul's
Onderon style?
ascendance. It cannot be allowed. You will find the Ulgo strike teams and destroy them at once.
I'll see if the mood strikes me.
It would be best if you kept the interests of the Empire foremost in your priorities. Report back to Lieutenant Muir when you have done as you should.
Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck, my lovely. I'm gonna go do the story, the class mission first, because that seems to be the quickest. I mean, I have to go to one place instead of going through 3 places. And then it carries on. Where you're going, you don't need luck. Luck is for the weak, is what she said earlier, so I'm gonna go by that.
Nobody will mess with us now.
Damn, they almost got me. Gotta be more careful. Get wrecked.
You're good to go.
But the skin has a cool texture. I think it's when I activate predation. This cool texture on the skin. You know, it's right now. Oh no, it's not predation. It must be something else. Execute then it does that. Oh, here we go. Oh, there's a Jedi Master. He's gonna fight us, isn't he?
General Jesser's warning was true. The Sith has come for us.
Men, rally around me. The fight is upon us.
I didn't think a single assailant could make it through Castle Organa's defenses all the way here to us.
It was easy.
I didn't even break a sweat.
Consider yourself warned, Sith. You will not harm Parvin and Gregor Wilson. I vow it.
This can be peaceful, Jedi.
No one has to get hurt over this.
So, you murdered countless innocents to get here. And now you want to make friends.
That's the funny thing about being a light-sided Sith warrior.
I realize the Sith can't be trusted, but
They called it out.
Fine. Say your piece, Sith. I'm not going anywhere. And I will protect them, no matter what.
I don't plan on harming them.
I'm here to do things for them, not to them.
Then there's no need for further violence. Sith, what is it you want?
Gregor, this has to do with Jaisa. I just know it.
That's obvious.
Give her a prize. Jason must get her force sensitivity from you.
I knew she shouldn't have gone with the Jedi. Now the Empire is hunting her. Sith, Jaisa was our life. She was going to marry Organa nobility so that we would no longer have to be servants.
When she left, we sacrificed that dream. We don't know anything about Jaisa now. We were told we would probably never see her again. We are mere servants. What could you want with us?
I want to make you rich. Oh, this is interesting.
I'm here to deliver you from servitude.
You want to help us?
No, Gregor. The Sith is toying with us before killing us.
Heed your wife's warning, Gregor Wilson. Sith are devious and demented.
Is that what you mean, Sith? By killing us, you end our life of servitude? Can't you spare us?
Yes, serve the Emperor or surrender to me. I think surrender to me. She doesn't have much reverence for Barriss, so she wouldn't have much reverence for the Emperor.
You'll survive the day if you become my subjects.
What do you mean by this? What is to happen to us if we do as you say?
You will live in luxury.
I'll see to it that you live like kings.
You dirty, no good cretin!
Parvin, Jaisa has gone off to a life of discipline and detachment. We are unlikely to ever see her again. The Sith is offering us a way out of this, a way to live.
Jaisa is sensitive, Gregor. She will feel our betrayal. It will fester in her. Don't you see? This Sith is banking on that.
I'm not going to respond to that directly. I'm going to say I'm promising you wealth.
Did you hear me say you'll live like kings?
My wife can't see the big picture. You offer a choice between death or pledging ourselves to our daughter's enemy. I choose that Parvin and I live in the arms of the Empire, and I trust that my daughter will understand and remain strong.
I must hear Parvin's approval.
Your wife has to agree as well.
Please, my sweet, stand with me on this.
My place is with you, Gregor. As long as we're alive, there's hope.
We are in agreement. We shall embrace the Empire. Tell us what happens next.
Go to the spaceport.
You'll receive instructions at the Imperial landing.
I'm so glad you've all found an accord. But there's still the matter of you being our enemy, Sith. Not only will I not allow the Wilsons to do this, but you had yourself a killing spree getting here. That can't go unpunished.
Don't push me, Jedi.
Stand in my way, and everyone dies.
Yes, Master Volrider. Stay true to the Jedi Code and keep the peace. Too many have died already today.
Gregor and I go of our own free will and spare this house any further pain.
This doesn't sit right. But I can't attack someone walking in peace. Even a Sith.
This is interesting. We're outmaneuvering a Jedi on just by talking. Be thankful.
You just saved your life.
The code is everything, Sith. But I wouldn't expect you to respect it. Leave out the back door to avoid further casualties. I'll say nothing further.
Alright, well I'm gonna get out of range of them anyway and then use a personal holocom. Interesting! I like this version because she could be really manipulative as well.
Finrace, who attends Duke Kendo, was able to patch me through to you directly. Excellent. I am seeking an update. News of your search for Jason Wilson's family has reached me, and I am quite concerned.
I already handled it.
No cause for concern. I sent her parents to you.
Really? Excellent thinking. As I
Light-sided option, remember?
pain will scream into the galaxy and torment their daughter.
I promised them riches, and I believe it will be more effective if they live fruitfully.
Ah, very conniving. The happier they are under Imperial rule, the more it will tear at the Jedi's heart.
Light-sided option.
I would make it so. It would reach my greatest hopes for you and prove you belong at my side.
Light-sided option.
Makes my susceptibility to Duke Kendo's gossip about you all the more foolish.
How does the light-sided option end up just so much more conniving? They really almost shouldn't have the alignment options for it there. Enlighten
Are you
me.
going to tell me what that maggot said or not?
First off, Kendo said that you set an explosion that caused the death of several Thule dignitaries.
He'll pay for that. That couldn't be helped, not true.
That was his doing, not mine.
It must be politically advantageous for him to disavow his role in such a thing. Kendo also said that you helped the Republic defend their front in Organa's war against House Ulgo, pledging you as a traitor.
What are we gonna say to that? Light side doesn't mean nice. I know, right? Like the light side should be peaceful and actually helping them, but in the end it's just all twisted by the dark side of the Force, which is actually really cool to see.
You know I'm no traitor.
It would surprise me to discover such a thing, but I cannot assume anything for certain.
I'm gonna try and hide my light-sidedness from him.
Mission is complete. For whatever reason, the man has taken it upon himself to slander you. I have no further use for Duke Kendo. Punish him however you please. If it were me, he'd pay severely.
I'm interested to hear what he has to say for himself.
Do what you will, but quickly. Until we destroy the threat of Jason Wilson, nothing else is important. Goodbye, apprentice. $39. Have I got anything here? Nope. Okay. I could probably just go back here. Do the planetary story arc. Be cool. There we go. Very interesting, the light side option. I'm actually more intrigued in the light side options than just the dark side hack and slash. I see why people like the light side warrior a fair bit for story. Because it's sort of still dark side, but it's a very cunning and conniving way of playing the Sith Warrior that I feel like she really should have gotten a lot of dark side points if you're going to go by alignment for a lot of what she's doing, but hey. There was the option to say that was my plan all along, to torture them and stuff. I guess that it's just gonna be some of those more subtle problems. Like,
giving them riches, making them happy under Imperial rule, will actually cause them more pain. That is really, really devious. You could almost say it's insidious. And I love it. It's such a dark side thing to do. But the whole part of it is that it was a light side option according to the game, which just doesn't make sense. It's hilarious.
When we get a chance, let's talk.
No, you want to talk again, Vet? Come on. No, let's just go back here again. Woo.
Welcome back. Probes have confirmed the full elimination of Ulgo's strike teams. I will contact Darth Victus immediately. My lord, Lieutenant Muir, the matter is dealt with.
Perfect. The Empire is fortunate to have such a capable servant. This accomplishment will be well rewarded.
Tell me what happens now.
I am currently engaged in negotiations with the Pantia survivors at their mountain hideaway. I will arrange for you to be allowed inside. Be sure to conduct yourself cautiously. The Pantia hideaway is neutral soil. They won't tolerate uncalled for aggression. One obstacle still stands before our plans for House Thule. Boris Ulgo, the supposed king of Alderaan himself. We'll speak more when you arrive.
Farewell, my lord.
I also really love how we out-talked a Jedi so that we didn't have to fight him. That's just got a grate on that Jedi so much that he couldn't kill me when he had the opportunity, or didn't try. Man, that'll just drive him so much further. And maybe even tip him towards the dark side later. Who knows? I also love how we're doing light-sided stuff behind Barris's back. And then he's also sort of like, well done, you exceeded my expectations. It's like, light-side options? But you're congratulating me when you're the evil Sith dude. Something seems sus. Do I need to go in there? No, I need to go down further. Oh no, gone in too early. Oh no, I can't get back up there. Oh yes, I can get back out. Great, little peephole there. I turned too early. So much white reminds me of Hoth. Of course, it is snow, so hey, I don't see snow here much of interest, especially not heavy on the ground like this. It's just not really a thing that happens because of the climate.
Please use all products only as intended. Be well.
Good, you've arrived. Allow me to introduce you to Lord Oren Pantia, nephew of the late Queen Selara Pantia, rightful queen of Alderaan. Your lordship, this is the hero I spoke to you about. The one who prevented Ulgo's barbarous attack against your noble house.
It is an honor to meet you. My family owes you a great debt. You will always be welcome in the home of Pantir.
It was my honor to crush your enemies, my lord.
The elimination of House Ulgo's strike teams has forced them to draw men from their castle guard. The heart of their house lies exposed. Given your exemplary service in defense of House Pantir, Lord Oren has deigned to grant you an opportunity to shape the future of Alderaan.
Boris Ulgo, head of House Ulgo, has betrayed the noble laws of Alderaan and stolen the throne for himself. It will be your task to remove it from him.
Do I look like I want to die?
If the goal was simple, we would not need help.
Captain Planet?
Darth Victus assured me that you are capable. Please, do everything within your power to capture Boris
Or
Ulgo
Silver
alive.
Surfer.
The people of
Which guy are you talking about now?
Usurper face justice. They deserve.
Begging your pardon, my lord. An urgent matter requires your attention.
Very well. Tell me what's happened.
The obvious
Captured alive,
one.
You will do no such thing. Even in
Darth
chains,
Victus.
Boris Ulgo is a threat to
This
House
guy.
Ulgo's ascendants. He must be killed at all costs.
Why do we care about Boris Ulgo? He's just one man.
Boris Ulgo was a Republic war hero. He only claimed the throne in order to challenge House Thule and the Empire. As long as Boris Ulgo lives, he could influence people against our cause. Remember that.
My apologies. Now you understand the gravity of the task being given to you, don't you? Boris Ulgo is at the center of a castle stolen from our house, surrounded by an army of loyal troops. Until now, no one has dared challenge his position.
Consider me warned.
I'll arrange for a special detachment of our elite queen
Planet
to
of
move in behind
Planetarius.
you, usurper, once the job is done.
Oh, dear me.
Good luck.
Do not fail us.
What was that shaking at the end? Captain Planet revealing his powers. Again. He summons earthquake that kills everyone. It's like, dude, you just caused natural destruction. It's worse than the pollution. What? I very much feel like the conniving and cunning Sith should be the Sith Inquisitor. But the way they've done the Sith Warrior story is very much Darth Barris being that cunning and conniving type person, so you see that influence on the Warrior. Whereas I usually see the Warrior as being more brute force, usually will just go in and fight people and prove his worth and his strength to win people over. Him or her, rather than being very conniving. That's, I think, where I'm thinking all the light side options are very interesting. Because you're sort of almost not being a warrior, other than you got great martial skills. And when push comes to shove, you just wreck everyone.
Scare me?
When we get a chance, let's talk.
Save some time from fighting people. Guess I'll have to fight these ones. It is interesting as well how both Empire and Republic want Orgo gone. At the end of the day. Lore object. One day I just gotta have a stream of reading through the codex, but I think that's gonna be after we do all the side quests and that, and once we played the expansions, and then we'll have all of the codex entries that have come out. I also think it will be good for when all the stories wrapped up and finished. Yeah, the codex. So here we have the codex, which is basically lore dumps and explanations of different things. Of what? Of all sorts. Looking at it again, you got locations. I mean, it's got lore specific ones, but lore, organizations, persons of note, planets, ships, species, locations, game rules, and bestiary. I think bestiary, locations, lore, organizations, persons of note, planets, ships, species would be the main ones. Because that's just a bunch of lore that's in SWtOR that a lot of people do not find out, that don't play the game, and even I haven't read through them all before, so I probably should at one point.
And here we are. It's just as I predicted. A mere tool of the Sith Empire, just like the beasts in House Thule, sent to wrench the throne of Alderaan away from those who rightfully possess it.
Your claim to the throne is no more legitimate than House Thule's.
Wrong. Alderaan is everything to me. I've spent my entire life fighting to keep Alderaan safe from the likes of you. I was the only one strong enough to do what was necessary. The people of this world deserve a leader who will defend them. I will not surrender this throne for you or for anyone else. Only I can keep it safe. Only I can protect Alderaan.
Surrender now, and you can face a just trial.
I will not be tried when my only crime is defending the people of Alderaan.
Well, you're gonna be tried and tested.
Destroy this assassin men. Defend your king. Defend Alderaan.
Alright. So you have chosen death.
Better check I still have all my parts.
I forgot about the guys here. Oh well, they don't matter. Yeah, especially with Vet using dual blaster pistols and stuff. Very much reminds me of Malgus's lover. Ah, you saw me anyway. It's funny how I'm the only enemy they have, and yet... Here we are. Right. Boom. Got him. Just wave my lightsabers at him. That damages him. It looked like that just then. Oh, this dude. Get out of it. Make sure I'm healed enough. No, I can't do it in combat.
Brutal. Better check I still have all my parts.
Righty, all go. Backstab! This Sith is on fire! This Sith is on fire! She's bringing the fire. I forget how the rest of that goes.
I'm not dead yet. I won't let you win. I won't let the Empire's shadow fall over Alderaan.
Your fellow nobles can decide your fate.
So be it. Let the battlefield change. I will fight to protect Alderaan from the Empire's filth to my last breath, just as I always have.
Alright.
Area secure, everyone. Looks like the hard part's been taken care of. Boris Olgo in the flesh. I wasn't sure if I'd ever have the pleasure.
Save your mockery, Pantier. If your house were stronger, we wouldn't be here now.
Charming, isn't he?
Not very diplomatic for a king.
We'll have plenty of time to remember his manners in our holding cells. Lord Oren, the operation was a success. Boris Olgo is in our custody.
It's finally over. The usurper will finally face justice. You were right, Lord Victus. Our house owes you and House Thule a great debt.
Yes, I must admit, even I am surprised that it was possible to capture the usurper alive. I hadn't expected that particular windfall.
Happy to
It was
oblige.
nothing.
You have delivered Boris Ulgo as promised. You have proved House Thul's commitment to the good of Alderaan. So you will have my support.
Will your influence be enough to persuade those misled brothers and cousins of yours who have sided with House Organa?
I'll do my best, but the Organos may not take well to losing. I fear this conflict could be far from over.
You must be kidding.
After all that I've done, House Thul's position still isn't secure.
It is only a matter of time. You should be satisfied that you have the opportunity to play such a large role. Your work is done for the time being. You can go on about your own business.
House Pantier will never forget what you've done for us. Thank you.
Alrighty. How does this look with the head slot? Terrible with the head slot.
You'll never forget what you've done for House Pantier.
Alright, I need to go back up here. I like the... Actually, the red electricity reminds me of Infamous. It's pretty cool.
Do you require medical attention? Be well.
Urza, but Scythian and on fire. Urza Scarlet, do you mean? I would guess. I mean, I didn't make her a redhead, but... Who else? Like, well, there's a couple of Urzas. I didn't know if there's another Urza somewhere.
Ah, come in. I heard of your success and I'm so very pleased for you.
I like how you search Urza and it just all comes up with fairy tale stuff. I was just looking out of interest. I mean, there's probably someone else using the name somewhere. Ooh. I heard about your
You told
lies.
Varys I murdered your rivals and you called me a traitor.
Oh, I see. How awkward for me. Allow me to explain. I realized when you blew up the power generator, several of my rivals would be exposed, so I seized the opportunity to eliminate them. I had company when I was speaking with your master, and I needed to keep my fellow house members blind to my maneuvering.
That is a lie. You contacted Varys yourself, alone.
The truth comes out.
I only wanted Varys to know that I was looking out for him. It was harmless. I knew you would succeed, and all Varys would care about was that. Please don't kill me. Fenris, you and your men are assigned to me. If I am attacked, you must defend.
If Darth Barris's apprentice decides you die, we will not intercede.
He's got to have some sort of punishment, but I mean, we're going light side, so he will be banished.
No one dies today, but he must leave Alderaan forever.
Give up everything I've worked so hard for.
Exactly. Blame yourself.
That is your punishment.
Very stiff and painful one. I will leave this planet.
Insidious.
Home immediately. A broken man.
Consider yourself lucky.
Most people who cross me end up dead.
I will try to let that sustain me. Goodbye, Sith. I shall never return to this place.
What a sad, pathetic man. Serving him was a daily dose of nausea.
No doubt.
I can imagine.
Now we report back to our master on the council. We will be paying attention to your exploits. Farewell.
Hey, ship's hollow terminal. Let's go straight there. Ooh.
Welcome back, Master. I've just completed a new meal plan.
You crushed Alderaan under your boot, apprentice. I am incredibly impressed. The planet will feel the sting for years to come.
You should be
I
impressed.
bet you're earning much more than your accolades.
When all is accomplished, the benefits will be considerable. Noman Kar's Padawan can no longer hide in anonymity. I am pleased. By rooting out this Jason Wilson's parents, you have reached across the galaxy to strike a sharp blow at our enemies. Every lead followed perfectly, every planet ravaged. Our adversary is growing antsy, I can feel it. Expect news soon. Bear us out.
My lord, I thought it
Bear us out!
Darth Barris. We received a recorded transmission. It is queued when you are ready.
Sith, I'm Jason Wilson. My master, Noman Kar, has no idea I'm sending this message. Let's be real. We both know this isn't about us.
Ah, the hunted seeks the hunter.
Our masters pretend otherwise, but this is personal. You and I are only pawns in their private war, and those I care about are caught in the middle. It has to stop.
Wow, gotta give it to her. She sure got guts.
You're right.
She certainly does.
I appreciate directness, and as merciful as your actions have been, it's time you stopped this passive-aggressive campaign. This message includes coordinates, where I will be waiting in my ship. Let's discuss this face-to-face. No more nonsense.
She doesn't seem like much.
How can that naive thing be a threat to Darth Barris?
My lord, there may be more to this. I wouldn't necessarily trust her.
So paranoid. Don't listen to Captain Stuffy. He's gonna die alone and friendless.
Good advice.
You might be right, Vet.
The coordinates are set.
We don't like Quinn. We don't like...
Whenever you give the word.
It's mostly because he was a healer companion, but his AI, he would never heal you when you need it. And so no one likes Vet. No one likes Vet. Everyone likes Vet. No one likes Quinn. Actually, I'm going to talk to Quinn first and then talk to Vet for these conversations in the middle, and then we'll finish off this chapter.
My lord, my efforts to locate SIS agent Volleren have finally paid off. There is a small window of opportunity to confront him.
I can handle the matter personally. Permission to intercept and bring him down.
By all means.
There's no time to waste. He must finally be stopped.
I appreciate your decisiveness, my lord.
The Empire will finally be served. I'll return shortly.
My lord, I'm back from my mission. I'm pleased to report Agent Volleren's decade of espionage has been brought to an end. It is a great day for the Empire.
It isn't every day you close the book on an old score.
It is long overdue.
Thank you for allowing me to pursue this, my lord.
You could drop the stoic soldier routine when we're in private. Show me a little attention.
Not sure what you mean.
You and I could help each other unwind, reduce stress, live a little.
I'm flattered, my lord. But my work demands complete concentration, and well, I'm not used to juggling business with pleasure.
Get used to it.
It's time to diversify, Captain. Now, let's get back to our duties.
By all means, my lord.
Woo! Credits. A lot of these credits will just be going to other characters if they need it, to be honest. But hey, there we go.
You're never gonna guess what I've been doing. No, don't try. I'll tell you. In between jumps, I've been checking hollow frequencies, and I found the old gang. They're on Nar Shaddaa. They weren't leaving messages for me in the old spots. I thought they got themselves caught, or dead, or something.
Good for you.
Did it ever occur to you?
I didn't want to click that option. Okay. My hand slipped.
That must have been very nice.
Was that you trying to be polite? Old gang's been on the run since I've been gone. Apparently our mysterious informant for the Korriban job was that scum-sucker Kata Bliss. Bliss sure got revenge for the job we pulled on him. Fake mission, fake cover story. I'm thrown in the slave pens, and he hits the gang hard.
Brought us together, though.
At least we each got a new friend out of the deal.
You are so sweet sometimes. Once they
Sometimes.
Taunt and what's left of the old gang spent their last credits tracking Kata Bliss's movements. That Duro snake has managed to get his hands on the Star of Callum. It's a priceless piece of Twi'lek history. I want to get it back.
We'll find this Duros and make him pay for every slight against you and yours.
You're fantastic! Kata Bliss is at the spaceport on Nar Shaddaa, trying to line up a buyer. I'll send a message that we're coming. Make us out to be interested buyers. Oh, and I'll tell the gang to get ready to receive the artifact. Bliss has some famous Kalish bodyguard they call the Virus working for him these days. But that's not gonna worry you, is it?
Nope. Nice, let's do Vet's little quest and then we'll go to Jacer. That's exactly how hyperspace works. I've got the power. No, I just couldn't help that with the tooltip going power. Alrighty. Who's the power though? Ah, yes, that's what no one asks is who's the power? They say they want the power, but they don't say who's the power. Or they don't ask, I should say. It's like they also don't ask why is the power. Tricksy little hobbitses. When is the power? The electricity? Exactly.
What did you call me?
No, not possible.
Vet wants a relic.
Hand over the Star of Callum and this goes easy.
I hear.
You two a comedy act?
I don't understand what's happening. Am I supposed to be intimidated? Amused?
Kata Bliss, you have exploited my people, stolen our artifacts, and committed numerous crimes against Twi'leks the galaxy over.
We're full up on ugly.
Wow! You just insulted me. You are going to die. Calling me ugly?
Kata Bliss, you have exploited my people, stolen our artifacts, and committed numerous crimes against Twi'leks the galaxy over.
Yeah, you already said that. He's even said you practice. It's a nice speech.
Star of Callum. Promise to reform, and we may show mercy. I'll grab the Star of Callum. We can meet the old gang here on Nar Shaddaa. They'll make sure the star ends up in a museum.
Hey, Omni. Oh, you haven't played SWtOR either. Well, interesting. SWtOR is free to play if you want to jump into it. It's quite accessible now for people that just want to play single player as well. I was actually talking about people earlier in the stream that some of the ones that just read the books and comics and don't play the video games, that's totally fine. He not spawn Bane? Well, Bane isn't a Duros anyway, but
what can I get for you?
We're done. We have to get the Star of Callum first. And that never happened.
Well, look who the act dog dragged in.
Taunt! Guys!
And this must be the Lady Sith you've taken as your newest surrogate sister. Not a bad choice.
I'm fond of Vet.
I didn't even realize I was missing a little sister until Vet came along.
Only you would find a sweetheart Sith, love. Shall we then?
The Star of Callum is in the case.
Never got into it for whatever reason. Well,
got that right.
if you want to just jump onto SWtOR, you can watch the galactic timelines, which give an overview of the galactic history was intended to be watched before playing SWtOR.
You've done something great for your people here.
Here. It's every credit we could scrape together. And don't worry, we should be able to sweet talk the museum into getting us some of that back.
Oh no, I know you guys. You won't even be eating. You have to buy equipment, bribe fees. We don't need your credits, do we?
You're cool, Vet.
They are your people. It's your choice.
Then I say keep the credits. Have a big dinner for me.
Oh no, I mean they did 12. I think that it's fairly complete as far as it, but the thing is that maybe they intended to do some for in between the expansions, but they didn't. I don't remember the whole history of it, but it's good what they have of it. Of course, let's party!
Nobody celebrates like Sith celebrate.
Hitnagumba.
Stukasun kanji tabutaya.
I missed you guys. I'll say hello whenever I can.
Be well, love. We'll miss you.
Watch your back out there, kid.
Nom nom. A nom 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 nom. Let's go. Jace's ship. They used to make you go back to your ship to change planets as well, out of interest. You can pay for 1 month subscription and you get the expansions, but there's so much of the main story, like the main part of the game, that it works. Oh yeah, less relevant. Supposed to be mining. Well, it gives a good history anyway leading up to the game as is. So I think it works quite well.
Report your ailments. You are fit for duty. Return to your post.
This is a brilliant... Okay, before we go into this... This is a brilliant moment in the dark side because you can actually turn Jacer to the dark side. But it's going to turn out differently how it is at the moment.
Well, well. We're going to have to thank Noman Carr after all. The Sith showed.
Stand down, Sith. The Padawan you seek is
Yeah, I mean, that's up to you. I played this before I started streaming and whatnot, so it just ended up being I'm going through all the characters again.
Only little Padawan to crush. And instead, you get us.
You'll help me find her.
Save yourself some trouble and tell me where she is.
The Sith has a sense of humor. Believe me, Master Carr didn't send us to help you.
I'm Alden. This is Xylox. We are fully trained Jedi Knights and more than your match. You should submit.
Of course, we have yet to encounter a Sith who had the sense to surrender. You all seem bent on having us destroy you.
How about I just walk away?
I have no quarrel with you. Let's just go our separate ways.
Now, why would we agree to just let you go?
Xylix, we assumed this Sith would engage, as all others we faced have. If that's not the case...
No, Alden. This Sith will continue to hunt Nomen Karr and his Padawan. We must end the threat for good.
Haha! Oh, I attacked them first off with my other character, I think, but you could go in and twist them saying you have a Sith attitude and all that, but no, I'll go, that's not the Jedi way.
Attack to kill. The light side
And
demands.
then we change the names of some video files.
Who are you
Oof.
to lecture about the light side? The Sith force us to take measures like this.
You, Sith, pose an exception. Your vile attempts to hurt Nomen Karr and Jason Wilson are provocation enough.
Are they now? What if I come in peace?
You don't know my motivations.
Come on! It doesn't take a genius to know you came here to destroy. Your presence is all the confirmation we need. Right, Alden?
No. Xylix, I'm unsure. Master Karr claims this Sith means Jace a harm, but we have no proof.
Master Karr's word is proof enough.
Ah, turn them against each other.
Assuming his assessment is sound.
That's an assumption I cannot make, my friend. I will not engage. I must walk away, and I urge you to do the same.
Ooh.
You may have derailed Alden's resolve, Sith, but your luck ends there. I'll take you on myself.
Big mistake.
You're going to regret that.
Never!
He dead.
I yield to you! Damn Alden for leaving me to face you alone.
It wouldn't have
The
mattered.
result would have been the same.
Your strength is undeniable. Is there such power in the dark side?
Ooh, interesting. Your eyes are finally open.
I leave you to ponder your future.
I am a broken man.
Is it an allergic reaction to something then? Because I know that that can be hives. So we didn't get Jace this time. Damn it, I was looking forward to Jace. I forgot if it was chapter 1 or 2 at the end of it. Anyway. Me did test. I mean, I would guess so. It seems like an allergic reaction, though. That's all.
Apprentice, the timing of this call is fortuitous. I was just about to contact you with news.
It's about time. I was growing impatient. Tell me what's developed.
It's gratifying to see that you are as obsessed with this as I. I have received a transmission from Nomen Karr, calling me out, if you will, challenging me to face him to the death. Our enemy has become desperate.
Good luck with that.
I'm sure you'll defeat him, Master.
Oh, I have no intention of making the meeting. Karr fails to understand I have outgrown our personal dispute. He expects me to jump at the chance of strangling him. He will be unprepared for you.
Are you unwilling?
Sounds like you're trying to avoid confronting him.
Jason Wilson has felt your disruptions, not mine. You are what will draw her out. The duel is to happen on Hutta, at the site of Nomen Karr's betrayal so long ago. A fitting place for this to end. Defeat him, but do not kill him. His torment will reach out to his Padawan. He will be the bait.
I mean, it could be something that's not food but a particle in the air or something that's doing it.
Sounds like a plan.
I can feel Jason Wilson on the verge of breaking, and Karr's desperate actions confirm it. Subdue the Master, and the pupil will come to save him. I have foreseen it.
You're just using me as an extension of your personal dispute, though. You haven't risen above it. Stupid Barris. Hutter it is. And I just hit level 40. Oh yeah. Blood frenzy. Hutter is the opposite starting planet, if you forget, for Imperial characters. So the Imperial agent will start on Hutter. That's why I'm just like, let's go. Let's finish this. Finish him. Actually, thinking of allergies, my mum actually was just finding out that she's become allergic to mandarins a lot. Which is interesting, because she was been allergic to grapefruit before, but mandarins are new. Have Callum 69 fibers in it, and they're like, I'm the only one in the world who has that allergy. I mean, there can be some really obscure ones. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't know all the allergies and that. Callum 69. Nice. Nice. As a content creator, I'm obligated to say that. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I have not been to Hutter before. With Zwilly Cheese. Inability to say will incur revocations of the highest order. True. It will no longer. I will no longer be considered nice. Oh yeah, that's terrible. Can't do that. Wheat, not gluten. Yeah, some people are way too overconfident about things that they don't know. I'll say it like that. I find it everywhere, like the Star Wars fandom as well. Let's relate it back to that because I'm playing Star Wars. It's the blooming Star Wars fandom is so annoying sometimes because they don't really know what they're talking about, and yet they'll state something with so much confidence that some people believe it. And you can't convince them otherwise on it because they've already made up their blooming mind. I just feel like killing these dudes.
Take some work.
That's how you get the Avos Codex entry.
Your presence tells me that my fellows Ulden and Xylix must have failed. Pity. Should have known Barris couldn't be trusted. As a man of my word, I'm here. Alone as agreed. Your master shows himself a coward, sending you in his stead.
We've gotten under your skin.
You sound upset, Master Callum. Angry, even.
Your crusade has affected me, Sith. I'm not blind to that. But I've wandered the line between the dark and the light before. I walked among your master and the Sith. My connection to the light survived them, and it shall survive you.
There is no glutton. I mean, glutton is 2 T's. Gluten is 1 T, I think. Out of interest. Force choke him to do it. You're going to tell me about you and Barris. Let's try that.
About your history.
I will force choke him when I fight him.
There isn't time for reminiscing. Whatever adulterated version your master told you will have to suffice. I have no choice but to put an end to you, and then all will become calm again. Once you're out of the way, Jason will provide the proof I need to open
One main point when it comes to English, yeah, fair enough. Gluten's not a very common one anyway.
Don't force me to destroy you.
This ends now, Sith.
Yeah, like gluten's not a common thing. Force choke! Haha, get wrecked. He's getting wrecked.
The Force is very strong with you. I must dig deeper.
Stand down, Carl. No one has to die.
Never.
Jubes. I know. I think that's a very Aussie thing to say, the jubes. That type of lolly of gummy bears and that sort of stuff, and the snakes and that, are called jubes here. Jubes. Wrecked again.
No! This is not right! Fall! You must fall to me!
You're weakening, Carl. Surrender.
Silence, Sith.
He's digging into the dark side. Nothing harder for me. Well, I only know Aussie English. And so they're called jubes here, but I don't know what else they're called in other places. But they're basically liquid sugar that has been solidified.
He said Norman Carr should be kept alive. May we stabilize him?
No. Barris be damned. I want to die.
Look at the eyes. He's gone full dark side. Normal English is Aussie English to me.
Despite what you think, I'm not trying to kill your Padawan.
Lies. Tricks.
We'll save him, my lord, and then be out of your way in an adjacent chamber.
So that is normal English for me.
The Jedi's fading.
It's the English I speak every day.
I'm alive. I see through you, Sith. You only saved me so that Jason would believe your heart is pure.
20 seconds?
It will not be the
what?
that draws Jason to you.
Calm yourself, Master Khan.
There's no reason for you to become so distraught.
I was supposed to expose Barris and open the Jedi Council's eyes. It was my destiny. Jason,
that's crazy.
The glory of defeating Barris is mine.
It's like the fourth letter in the English alphabet.
Hey, looky. Jason showed up.
The lamb to the slaughter. No, stand ready then.
Power is considerable.
Sith, I have come. It seems I was expected. Your men outside let me pass. Release Master Carr. Your efforts to draw me out have been a success.
Jason, no!
Just ready for this?
Stay put.
It's a
You defy me.
Oh, O with a slash on it. Sorry, I misread it. Whatever. And last, welcome.
I have long been waiting for this moment.
My sacrifice for nothing. Stupid child. For all your power, you have understood nothing.
What have you done to him, Sith?
I am a silly Billy.
Him all along? No, it can't be. No one can hide such darkness. Somehow you've turned him mad.
This is use your power on him.
Look into your master's heart and see the truth.
Master Carr taught me not to use my power as a crutch, only when it was clearly necessary. I've never brought it to bear on him, but I sense pride and envy and hate and vengeance. No! What Sith trick is this? I would have known if such darkness resided within him.
This is what the Jedi do. They mask and pretend and hide.
I thought I'd found something.
Wow.
The Jedi are...
Wow.
You're supposed to know where you stand with them, right?
Jason, it's all a trick. Turn your power on the Sith, and you'll see.
Fascinating idea.
Indeed. Let me experience this power of yours firsthand.
Very well, then.
Who's the dark side expert between us? I know, right?
Mercy and fairness and even, perhaps, compassion. You have walked the light path. Sparing Master Yonlock and my parents are true reflections of you. But it is said that Sith embody darkness. How is this possible?
It hasn't been easy.
To walk among Sith and not be discovered is an incredible challenge.
Don't listen, Jason. It's all a trick. The Sith has disguised himself and me to cause you to doubt your power.
I don't know what to believe. You told me there was order to the galaxy, that you would show me the truth. But nothing is true. Both of you are trying to drive me insane.
It's Darth Barris. He is manipulating us all. Kill the Sith. Kill Barris's liar and you'll see.
Trust your feelings, Jason.
You must do what you believe is right.
Don't tell me what I must do. I no longer believe in anything. Defend yourself, Sith.
Oh, she's gotten mad at me. Force choke! You like that, Jason? Oh yeah, you like that, don't you? Oh, most likely. It was super effective.
No match. You had the opening you needed to kill me in, yet you held back.
Maybe I'm toying with you. I do not wish to kill you.
It would be a tragedy.
Whoa, he was quick. He was quick.
Actions reflect only light. You appear to be an agent of the dark side, but
this is very different to last time I played it, because I only played the dark side version.
And his deception is a much uglier one.
Forgive him.
It's not his fault. His connection to the Force is flawed.
All my life I've put up with deceit and denial. I thought the Jedi would be different. You've shown me otherwise. You've exposed Master Carr for what he is. It's your power that reveals a person's true nature. Your conviction and purity bring a reckoning that cannot be denied. I want that.
You walk the light path with me.
And from within the Sith Empire, we can forge a lasting peace.
Yes, I see the advantage of this. So much more can be achieved from within. At last, I feel a sense of purpose, something I can count on. What do you wish of me? And what shall we do with Master Carr?
He has turned away from the light. He needs guidance to heal and find his way back.
Your wisdom is unrivaled, my lord.
Jason, I'll see to it that the Jedi disavow you.
Yeah, I agree.
You will be labeled an enemy of the
A lot of people either read Wikipedia or watch a YouTube video, they're not that dissimilar sometimes, and think that, oh, that's absolute fact. I know some YouTubers also just pull directly from Wikipedia, so that's also not great. So there's probably third hand then.
With the Council's help, perhaps he will come to understand.
I wish him the best. I am ready to learn your ways, my lord. And I look forward to aiding you any way I am.
Kisser?
No.
You can if you're a male Sith Warrior.
Cannot be. My fate. Who are you to preside over me? You are nothing. I am Noman Carr.
Next time, try not to get so banged up.
Yuri is certainly not banned. Look, it's the way the game works. They opened it up in the expansions mode, but they locked it to heterosexual couples when it came to the main game. No, what was the mail that I got? Desert pilgrimage. Oh, Master Yunluk helped her.
Apprentice, my soldiers informed me that you subdued Master Carr, but I've heard no further update. What has transpired? Where is Noman Carr?
This was never about Carr.
What became of him is inconsequential.
I suppose that's true. It was the girl who posed the threat. I see you have a new passenger. Jason Wilson, I presume.
Say hello, Jason.
This is my master, Darth Barris.
Greetings, my lord.
Silver second strongest.
Thriving here on Drummond Cass. They'll be so pleased to know you are safe.
Please tell them I have never been happier.
I sense her devotion to you, apprentice. However did you manage that?
I have a way with people.
I can be very persuasive.
Marvelous, apprentice. Simply marvelous. There's no denying.
Red means they keep stopping. The lightsabers are neutral.
Accomplished among us are named as lords among Sith. You have more than earned the distinction. I hereby confer the title.
I'm gonna sass him if I can.
Lord upon you.
It took you long enough.
Mind who you're dealing with. As lethal as you
Piss him
must
off.
be to become a lord. A Darth is the embodiment of death. Don't forget that. Now celebrate as you see fit. Then return to me here on Drummond Cass. I have great plans for us.
Ooh. So yes, Jason is a very wait for the conversation.
Congratulations, my lord.
You've both been a great help.
Service is its own reward.
Yeah, what he said. I already prepared Jace's quarters. I'll go ahead and show her to them.
Nice of you to assume some initiative.
I'm here to help. Come on, Jason, let's get you set up.
Whenever you need me, my lord, whatever your order, I'll be ready.
Get comfortable.
Make this ship your home.
You are so very gracious.
So, my lord, now you have the girl. A victory, I dare say, even Barris failed to anticipate. I'm a bit perplexed. Your methods have been rather unorthodox to this point.
Replies him, yeah. The Empire must
You
change.
will be the catalyst that ushers in a new paradigm for the galaxy.
I am open-minded and ready for the evolution, my lord. I leave you to enjoy this achievement.
Eyes are up here, not on my chest. I'm just waiting for a species that has eyes down there. So you can try and make that joke and go, hey, my eyes are down here, not up in my head. Alright, I'll talk to everyone and Jason last.
My lord, I'd appreciate it if you could speak with Vet. Ask her not to disturb me when I'm working.
What's she doing?
Exactly how is she disturbing you?
She's not wired for military precision. And there's no filter on that Twi'lek mouth.
When I was tracking down Agent Volderen, she must have overheard me refer to Moff Broysk, and now she persistently pesters me about him. She keeps slipping his name nonsensically into conversations just to annoy me. Says she won't stop until I tell her why I hate the man.
Hilarious.
That never ceases to amuse me.
I hope you won't encourage her, my lord. It's neither appropriate nor in the Empire's interest to discuss the matter with non-military personnel. Besides,
So they're going to
the details of Broysk's collapse at Druckenwell
Oh,
and
that's
my
great.
subsequent conflict would only give her more fodder.
Maybe your story isn't
Your
true.
reluctance to talk about it makes me wonder if you've made the whole thing up.
If I've given you cause to doubt me, I am
He
regretful.
disapproves.
In the interest of maintaining precise operations, I'll humour Vet. Sorry to
Vet's
have
not going to stop. Yeah, I'm ticking you off that time. But come on, she's not going to stop. Relax, chill a bit. But yeah, really interesting with Jacer is that if you do dark side, you can actually turn into the dark side. And you get dark side Jacer, which is a whole other can of worms. As someone who joined earlier mentioned.
You wanted to talk?
Nothing crazy. Just thinking about what happened back on Nar Shaddaa with the old gang. Didn't realize until I saw Taunt again that I've always found stand-in big sisters. First Risha, then Taunt, now you.
We need other women around.
It's a man's galaxy. It makes sense to find female company where you can.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
I have to talk to someone who communicates in more than just grunts. Shall we return to the business at hand then, my fine female companion?
This is different as well because I had the male companion. With the male, you actually get a whole love triangle between Vet and Jacer, which is interesting.
You know, stand-in family is all well and good, but seeing the old gang again,
That's
it
why I
just made me
fell.
miss my mom and sister. Which is sort of weird. My memories are so old. I remember having the memories more than I remember the actual events. Does that make any sense?
You're cute and insane.
On the Vet weird scale, I'll give it a 3.
And on the Sith joke scale? I guess nobody's needed one of those before. We'll work one up later. Right now, I just think, what would Tiva be like today? The last time I saw my sister, she was 10, 12. Okay, enough of that. Moving along.
Now to welcome Vet into our... Welcome Vet. I keep saying Vet. I've got Vet on the brain. To welcome Jacer into our midst. Oh, she's got a dark side outfit on now.
Master, I feel compelled to tell you. I am uneasy fighting alongside die-hearted peers. It seems like a foolish risk.
Because
We're all
you're
surrounded
dead.
by
Oh
them.
no.
If it's discovered that we're working to reform the Empire, what will we do? What will happen?
Everyone will pick
When the time
sides.
comes, those able to see that the Empire is better off will unite with us. The others will have to be eliminated. Just don't discuss our greater plans unless you and I are in private.
This work is so grim, and I must learn to play the part of the Dark Apprentice. I've always despised those who pretend to be what they're not. Now it seems I've joined their ranks.
The end justifies the means.
You must keep your sights on the goal and be ready to do whatever it takes.
I hear you, Master. I will follow your lead. I'm going to show you that you made the right decision taking me on.
So yes, Darkside Jacer has a similar idea, but she will reform through dark ways. And she's very much into the whole
The latest
interesting
drop in the
things.
Emperor's arsenal returns. You're just in time. I have need of you. My master on the Dark Council, Darth Vengeance, wants war, not petty skirmishes that tiptoe around the Treaty of Coruscant, but open warfare. Vengeance has tasked me with finding a way to compel the
Dear
rest
me.
of the Council to tear up the treaty.
Shouldn't take much.
Surely Sith don't need an excuse to war.
On the contrary, the Emperor...
Hang on, I think I got the Darth title. Lord Zwilly Cheese. Alright, and I think I wanted to pick something else.
Does the task give you pause, Master?
The Emperor signed the treaty for a reason, but no, apprentice. I see it as a great opportunity. I believe I have found a way to move the Dark Council and the Emperor happily toward war. Most think that our inability to find and defeat one man, General Karistis Gon, kept us from outright victory and forced the negotiated peace.
Doesn't ring a bell.
I've never heard of Karastis Gon.
Yes, even as the Republic writes songs about him, we would just as soon forget he exists. General Gon operates from the shadows, a phantom single-handedly preventing the fringe systems from falling to us. After years without a hint of his whereabouts, I've learned that he's meeting on Nar Shaddaa with traitorous Imperial agents. You will go there, and you will kill him.
What is this meeting about?
He maintains the fringe systems by anticipating our moves. These traitors supply his information. Anyone meeting with General Gon is guilty of treason and must be eradicated. We will not appear weak on this.
We already appear weak.
This man eludes us and can turn our own is an embarrassment.
Then see to it that this weakness is not compounded. Without Gon, the fringe systems will fall. Control of the outlying planets will be a great advantage. So, to Nar Shaddaa, and deliver Darth Vengeance's red carpet to war.
Oh, you don't whip Luke. Look, whip you in Soviet Russia. And we're going to Nar Shaddaa next. We've been to Nar Shaddaa before. Let's jump there and see what's going on. We might as well get to the point where we're going to start the next proper planet and then finish. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard, I mean, a lot of them, I don't watch lore videos on YouTube because I think it must be some of that, plus also wanting to experience it all for myself instead.
You're the best. I really like this. You're the best.
Here we go. I used to read more Wikipedia myself than watch videos. Had to learn a foreign language first. That is true. That would hold you back a bit.
You won't find a better bargain. Come back anytime.
Nine.
Vehicle planets are currently open for business.
9.
Have a safe and pleasant stay.
It's not the final countdown. You're gonna count down more. You're gonna count, and you're probably gonna save up again and get me to do more stuffs. Did learn a lot of English off it. Yeah, I mean, I didn't read it really, like, I wasn't religious about it. But that's where I first discovered that there was more continuity and more information outside of just the movies. Plus whatever books were in the shops and the library. Of a cunning plan. You're only gonna make me pick a game once. Well, that's nice of you. You're learning off of Zwilly Cheese.
There's no death, only the Force.
Then the English, oh. That would be quite difficult because Google Translate butchers it. And then you also have Star Wars things that don't have translations because they're names of different things in Star Wars. One game, lock on. You will have to specify then. If it's Barbie Horse Adventures, it's specifically which Barbie Horse Adventures.
General Gon, I'm happy to report that Jedi Knight Zarander has landed safely on Hoth. I saw to it personally.
You're
A
valuable
chiss.
asset to the Republic, Faust. Someday the rest of the chiss will follow your lead.
General Gon in the flesh.
The rabbit comes out of his hole. Nice to see my information was correct.
Men, we've got trouble. Rally around the general.
Protect our allies as well. I think I can guess who you are, Sith. For all of Darth Barris's covert manipulations, you have banged around the galaxy rather loudly. Now Barris has finally found me. We'll have to be more careful moving forward.
Surrender.
Cease your operations, and I'll see to it you live.
Keeping the fringe systems free of the Empire is more important than my life.
Sith, you are Darth Barris's apprentice? We know of you. This isn't what it seems.
Really?
What is it then? I'm all ears.
As am I.
We, cooperated with General Gon in order to learn, what he was up to, so that at the right time we could betray him.
Nicely played, Faust. You're a true lowlife. When this is over, so is our alliance.
I'm offering mercy, General.
Abandon your station and live.
Never! Men, take this Sith down!
Well, there go his men. And here he goes. Dear turn.
Kill them all. Please, mercy. We will rededicate ourselves to the Empire.
Tell me what you've done.
What did you help Gon with?
I helped the Jedi land on Hoth, undetected. I believe he's searching for something in the Starship Graveyard wreckage, but that's all I know.
Return to
Go back the
service then.
planet and try to learn more about this.
Right away, my lord. Thank you for your mercy.
Is it though? If it's a collection of games that were previously released singularly, then I would only count that it is a single game. Like, it's a collection of games, so one of those games is one game. So handy to transport there straight from the surface. Wow. Casual fans be dumb. No, I'm saying my opinion on the matter. If they were released singularly before, you have to specify which game it is.
Do you require medical attention? Be well.
Barris, are you responsible? Was it you who took out General Gon?
It was, Lord Vengeance. The fringe systems are now ripe for the taking.
Hang on, it was
Such
me.
an advantage will prod the rest of the Council out of passivity. They will see war is the only answer. You have delivered to me what I most crave.
It was I.
Give credit where credit is due.
Who dares interrupt? Barris, who is this?
Let's piss him off.
This is my most accomplished apprentice, my lord, and the killer of Gon.
Your destruction of General Gon earns you my favor, young one.
It's a legend. Mass Effect Legendary Edition is a collection of 3 games. Well, you should have asked me instead. Yeah, exactly. Just the beginning.
I will eclipse the feat tomorrow, my lord.
I'm impressed with your choice of apprentice.
Last boss in Tron.
This time, I will send my destroyer to the fringe systems, and they will be mine before anyone is the wiser. The order is given, Barris. Enact Plan Zero. Vengeance out.
Excellent. I have waited a long time for this order. Apprentice Plan Zero is the systematic elimination of the Republic's top military leaders. A preemptive strike that will leave the enemy headless.
Where's the sport in that?
What kind of war will it be with so crippled an enemy?
A short one with a conclusive victory.
Oof.
That is the point. I have been tracking of the targets for years in anticipation of Plan Zero. There's no time to waste. Make ready your ship. I will contact you there.
Alrighty. Plan Zero. Don't be done. It's probably mad I'm on revenge. He did, son. It was a long time ago in a galaxy far away. Sorry to burst your bubble.
Apprentice, your targets are the Republic's 6 most important military leaders. There are 2 I must still locate. Admiral Monk, who commands the Republic fleet, and Jedi Knight Zerander, who leads an elite squad of commandos. But the other targets, the 4 generals of the Republic's Strategic Command, are confirmed to be on the planet Terrace. You must speed there immediately.
So, you lost the other 2?
I thought you said you were prepared, Barris.
They will be found soon enough, apprentice. You worry about Terrace.
I love teasing him.
I will give you the particulars of your mission when you arrive. Barris out.
Barris is out then, and so will I. There's more conversation to happen with Quinn.
My lord, I seek advice. As a military man, above all else, I value discipline, the chain of command, and uncompromising dedication to serving the Empire's interests. But there's a built-in dilemma. When my instincts tell me that a superior is jeopardizing the Empire, it makes my path less clear.
Are you referring to me?
Do you have a problem with my leadership, Quinn?
No, my lord, you mistake me. My concern is about the legacy of my former commander. I stood by as Moff Broisk's random whims compromised countless missions. It is a mistake I refuse to repeat. Defying him ruined my career, but I should have done it sooner. No matter the consequences.
You should thank him.
If he made you this tenacious and exacting, you owe him a great debt.
That is a startling perspective, my lord. Your example and guidance give me clarity. Thank you. I am more focused now.
You're for me.
Don't lie. I can feel your seething hatred. You crave revenge.
Revenge is a great motivator. Yet it often clouds judgment. I have no aspirations for personal glory, just glory for the Empire.
Coincidence?
I'm now
I think not.
I know what I know, Quinn, and I encourage you to seek revenge.
I'm not sure how to respond, my lord. I will ruminate on it. You've given me much to ponder.
Hey, that's great to end a level up. And I was going to send this to the legacy storage. Item is bound. Oh, for goodness. Well, okay, I'll just sell it then. Or I guess it's there if I want it. I don't think I'll wear it with her. I'll just sell it. I remember the names actually surprisingly better than other people would, but yes. Alright, that will do it for now for Zwilly Cheese. That's better lighting. But yes, cool beans. That will be it. Why would I want to remember? So that I can get good and not be a scrub. Oh, the kids' names? Sorry, I was thinking of Star Wars names. I only remember a couple of people I was closer to. Well, what is that? Cheek it. Cheek it. Okay, we have right here. Right? It's up. It's up. But what I need to do is cheek it. So hang on. Gotta get all the way up here. Well, there's a cheek. Cheeked it. Cheek. All the way there. There's a cheek. You said cheek it. What even? Cal Johnson 69 fibers? Oh, no. I was aware of that. So I used the Cal Johnson 420 instead. So there is that. And thank you for DJ Zana for hosting. No notification came up. What are we doing here? What even is this art style? What even is this art style?
Palpatine's gone making bad move, is he? Through forward motion he lay his, well now?
Thank you. You are on this council, but we deny you the rank of master. Real talk. What? Why? Probably because you're a little baby boy, you pug-faced bitch. I'm no little baby boy.
It's Beavis and Butthead. It does look like that art style.
What is you? Grown from you have to be.
Oh yeah, I did watch the meme earlier
Master,
that
when
you sent to the Discord.
Sentences correctly. Hold your tongue, you tiny prepubescent boy. I mean, he speaks English, so why can't he just say the sentences correctly?
No, not. You do for now.
What are you even saying? I'm so confused.
I'm not a huge fan of the art style, I gotta be honest.
Actor. Have a seat, baby-faced Skywalker. So I'm a Jedi Master then. What in the hell is wrong with this boy?
Master, no is he.
Okay, it's settled then. I'm a part of the council. Yes, that is correct. Yes, Anakin, yes you are.
No, what's Lego Yoda doing there?
If I wasn't so damn peaceful and in line with the Force, I'd get up and I'd smack the shit out of you.
Anger, no way with their Jedi.
I'd like to see you try, you old bitch. Gentlemen, I believe we are getting off topic. We still haven't discussed the droid
Kinda.
attack on the Wookiees.
Maybe. Oh yeah, Sleeping George was there. Yeah, I did notice that.
Good relations I have.
I'll go. I am good.
It does take me out of it a little bit, but it does make it clear it's a parody.
Spirit for fire is he. Must be go now. I see then. Ha.
Those were just a collection of random words to me. Nothing in that sentence made any sense. Then it's settled. Yoda will go help the werewolves, and y'all can just do some other shit.
Werewolves?
Quentin Tarantino is making a new movie, and the shoot begins in 30 minutes. So let's wrap this up.
Samuel Jackson
May the Force
joke.
be with us. Wow. I can't believe I'm finally a Jedi Master.
Well, there we go. What is this? It isn't... One more, then. This is the last one. I gotta put my foot down sometimes and not get too late with things.
It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. I have the high... You underestimate my power. Don't try it, Anakin. I'm going to jump. Don't do it, Anakin. I beg you. No, I'm gonna jump.
I do have feet.
Well, if you do jump, Anakin, why would you tell me? Because I'm strong. Are we using these takes, or are we? I want
You've seen my foot when I'm doing push-ups and sit-ups.
3. Oh, for the love of God, Anakin, don't count down. 2. Whatever. 1. You're going to fucking die. Live long and prosper. Not even a Star Wars reference.
Oh, fuck.
You are my brother, Anakin.
CGI?
I loved you. Could you move me away from the lava? I'm getting kind of close. You were supposed to destroy the Sith, not join them. Look at you now. You're a goddamn human potato.
Don't be mixing Trek into wars.
Okay, you're right.
Don't you dare.
I love
Don't
you
you
too. Just move me away from the lava, please. No, I don't think so, you son of a bitch. And don't give me those puppy dog eyes.
Oh God, it burns.
You were supposed to bring the Force together, Anakin. Not leave it in darkness. The darkness has just begun. Don't you understand? It's far.
That scares me. That scares me. That scares me.
I hate you.
better pick up this scolding hot lightsaber handle that's been laying on this molten rock, so people know that this will be important for a movie that was made 33 years ago.
Before the dark times, before the Empire. Well, that'll be it. Gotta put my foot down, and I will catch you guys next time. There is no Star Trek wars. There are only wars in Star Trek. Bye. They're bloomin' slippers. They're not socks. I hate ankle socks.